mestnem muzeju na tem mednarodnem simpoziju o svetovni dediščini 20. stoletja, ki je nastal ob sodelovanju seveda Ministrstva za kulturo, Zavoda za varstvo kulturne dediščine Slovenije, Muzeja za arhitekturo in oblikovanje ter Muzeja in galerij mesta Ljubljana. Bom nadaljeval v angleškem jeziku, ker imamo pač tudi tuje goste, tako da še enkrat prisrčno pozdravljeni in hvala, da ste prišli v tako velikem številu. So welcome to the City Museum at this International Symposium of World Heritage of 20th Century. This is, I think, very important event, which is a little bit connected to the 150 years of anniversary of Plečnik's birth. We have prepared, as you probably know, a lot of events in Slovenia with this important jubilee. And in fact, we have also one important exhibition in City Museum, which is connected to this Plečnik work and of course to all the events which are in this year. I think that this symposium will give some crucial questions and maybe some answers on how we are dealing with world cultural heritage of 20th century, what is the impact, what is the problems of urbanism and architectural dimensions of society and environment in which we are living with this heritage. I would really thank to Špela Španžel and to the other who have organized this event and to help this event will take place here in Ljubljana. Of course, to all international guests which will participate at the roundtables and lectures. And at the end, we wish you all a pleasant stay in Ljubljana and pleasant stay with our mission, which is to protect and to develop cultural heritage in the future. Thank you very much.
Spoštovani gostje, predavateljice in predavatelji, udeleženke in udeleženci v mestnem muzeju.
Minister giving her address because she's in the Frankfurt Book Fair and she really regretted not being here. So she said she wanted to say hello, at least in a pre-recorded message that we are about to see, hopefully. Otherwise, you will just hear her, and then I think that our audience on stream will see it.
Spoštovani gostje, predavateljice in predavatelji, udeleženke in udeleženci v Mestnem muzeju v Ljubljani, drage kolegice in kolegi, pozdravljeni. Veliko veselje mi je, da vas lahko v imenu Ministrstva za kulturo pozdravim na Mednarodnem simpoziju, posvečenem izzivom in izkušnjam pri upravljanju in presoji vplivov posegov na arhitekturno dediščino. V letu, ko mednarodna skupnost praznuje 50-letnico Konvencije o varstvu svetovne, kulturne in naravne dediščine, se osredotočamo na stavbno dediščino in urbanizem 20. stoletja, vpisan na UNESCOV seznam. Seveda je razlog, da smo na seznam prispevali sijajno spomeniško območje tako imenovane Plečnikove Ljubljane, ki predstavlja primer oblikovanja mesta po meri človeka. Ministrstvo za kulturo v letošnjem letu, ki smo ga posvetili v čas 150-letnici rojstva arhitekta Jožeta Plečnika, še posebno pozornost posveča povezovanju mednarodnih strategij in evropskih akcij, kar je tudi podlaga današnjega simpozija. Obeležitev teh pomembnih obletnic sprejemamo tudi kot razmislek o našem sistemu varstva dediščine. Zato smo zelo občutljivi na spremembe, ki posegajo v naš grajeni prostor in krajino, ki nam kakorkoli kvarno vplivajo, saj pri tem namesto skupnega javnega upoštevajo ozke interese in dobičke. To postavljamo visoko med naše prioritete. Verjamem, da boste z zanimanjem in odprtostjo prisluhnili predavanjem, ki so jih za nas danes pripravili odlični strokovnjaki. Hvala lepa vsem za odziv na vabilo in sodelovanje v današnjem programu. Še bolj pa smo hvaležni za možnost diskusije in izmenjave mnenj med strokovnjaki in deležniki, ki jih povezujejo sorodna vprašanja in ki lahko drug pri drugem sprejemajo potrditev, motivacijo in navdih za svoje delo. Program, ki ga je zasnovala Špela Španzel, generalna direktorica Direktorata za kulturno dediščino na Ministrstvu za kulturo, dokazuje, da se v Sloveniji zavedamo mednarodnega konteksta in sodobnega okvira za pripravo naših bodočih politik. V septembru smo recimo gostili delavnico UNESCO-ve pisarne iz Benedikt in Interpret Europe. Pred dobrim tednom smo sodelovali pri proslavljanju 30. obletnice Slovenije v UNESCO. In v čast nam je, da bomo to obletnico čez nekaj tednov zaznamovali tudi na sedežu UNESCO v Parizu, in to z razstavo fotografij Plečnikovih del priznanega kanadskega fotografa. Še enkrat iskrena hvala vsem spoštovanim gostom in kolegom iz Direktorata za kulturno dediščino in našim partnerskim zavodom Muzeja za arhitekturo in oblikovanje, Zavoda za varstvo kulturno dediščino in seveda Muzeja in galerij mesta Ljubljana. Želim vam uspešno delo, veliko novih znanj in živahne razprave. Hvala lepa.
Thank you very much again. It's okay? Yeah. Good morning to everyone who is here. Hvala lepa, da ste prišli res v takem številu. Poskušali smo vas povabiti po različnih kanalih, tako da se opravičujem tudi za to, če ste bili večkrat povabljeni, ampak je očitno delovalo. We are very grateful to our colleagues who are following us online. And we wish that this morning is an inspiring one, as the minister said, and also useful for us in the future. So if you will allow me some words. Dear guests, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as already mentioned by the minister, Madam Asta Vrečko, in her opening speech, in this year, which honors the 150th anniversary of the birth of the architect Jože Plečnik, we are paying particular attention to international and European strategies and actions, all of which address the quality of life and the well-being of society. Whether it is the World Heritage Convention with its mechanisms, the principles of the Davos Declaration, or the slogans of the New European Bauhaus. We believe these include heritage in a way that challenges our understanding of cultural values that are recognized as qualities, in a way and on which there is a consensus in society, in principle. They present an opportunity to raise contemporary issues and dilemmas facing professionals of different disciplines, owners and managers. In fact, all of us who access heritage, who value public space that is open for all, regardless of education, gender or social status. We believe it is important that international standard-setting documents, mechanisms, guidance and tools based on common foundations are suitable for implementation in all contexts, and therefore take account of local, national or regional specificities and priorities. The World Heritage Convention has a special place among them, not only because it links together in a single document the concepts of nature conservation and the preservation of cultural properties. It teaches us about global dimensions, offers us a well-developed methodologies, transparent procedures and predefined rules,
expert evaluations, and a comparative perspective. It allows us to acquire the necessary knowledge, to continuously build on it, and to share it, all of which is the basis of today's symposium. The 50th anniversary of the World Heritage Convention was the moment when many of us, states parties to the convention, intended to celebrate this universally recognized cultural convention that sets professional standards for the protection, development, and enhancement of heritage. We were about to continue discussions on the implementation of a reform of the World Heritage System that answers long-standing questions about the representativity, balance, and credibility of the World Heritage List, the transparency and professionalism of its bodies, and the professionalism and ethics of its many stakeholders, all of us. We have important substantive issues to open to us, including the discussion on the so-called sites of memory. And we should also pay full attention to the impacts that threaten heritage. As we know, climate change already presents the biggest global impact on heritage. Yet the world's heritage can adapt to change and make a positive contribution to coping with it. For example, by sequestering carbon sinks in forest ecosystems, or by using traditional knowledge to create resilient and sustainable societies, opening a more positive insight into the future. However, the war in Ukraine has shown at least two things to be personal. An intolerable fact about the world relations, the gap between the European position on the actions of the Russian Federation, currently chair of the World Heritage Committee, the ineffectiveness of the multilateral framework, and the insufficient legal basis for action. Secondly, the world's understanding of and reaction to yet another conflict, which, among other things, is causing the irreparable loss of cultural goods, our common, immovable, movable, and intangible heritage, which should be protected by the international community as such. In this unprecedented situation, we decided to turn to the building blocks of the convention, to be symbolic if we're talking about the architecture, namely to the strategic objectives known as the 5 Cs. I do hope we can today connect as much as 4 of them, if we're ambitious, namely conservation, capacity building, communication, and community. If we can contribute to achieving some of their goals and reach out at national level, then also this event will prove successful in a long run. And since, as we have our wonderful speakers here at the museum and the colleagues from abroad also following us online, we might go even beyond that. The valorization, conservation, and management of 20th century world heritage are important aspects that concern all stakeholders involved in heritage protection. In cooperation with our heritage and museum organizations, the Ministry of Culture is organizing this international symposium on 20th century architectural heritage inscribed on the World Heritage List, but not only on that. The event, as the director said in his opening speech, is taking place here in the premises of the museum, which at the moment houses a wonderful exhibition on Plečnik's work. So hope you take the occasion to visit it, and also visit other exhibition and events taking place in Plečnik's year if you possibly can. The symposium is dedicated to the challenges and experience in heritage management and impact assessment in the context of the World Heritage Convention, and will feature experts from the World Heritage Center and UNESCO advisory bodies, namely the International Council on Monuments and Sites, you know it by ICROM, by acronym, and the International Center for the Study of the Preservation and Restoration of Cultural Property, ICOMOS was the first acronym, and the second one is ICROM. Together with experts from European countries specialized in 20th century architecture and heritage, who will present and share their experience at the event. So now for the practical part, if I'm allowed. The symposium is divided into 2 thematic sessions. In part 1, the speakers will present the 20th century architectural heritage on the World Heritage List, its state of conservation and conservation challenges, as well as the mechanisms under the World Heritage Convention, including the evaluation of new proposal and the reflection on new 20th century heritage sites. The baselines and methodology for impact assessment in the World Heritage context were designed based on the recently published guidance document, which was prepared jointly by yet another acronym, ICROM, ICOMOS, and IUCN for the nature part, and also will be presented at the event. The second part of the symposium will be dedicated to the exchange of practices and experience in the implementation of the assessment in the Netherlands, Italy, and Switzerland. Experts will present the application of the assessment mechanism in the strategic reflection on spatial development, guidance on contemporary interventions into heritage sites or their immediate vicinity, and in decision-making on architectural projects. The event is aimed at the professional public and Slovenian stakeholders primarily, stakeholders in the conservation of heritage, architecture, spatial planning and development. And as you have really responded to our invitation in great numbers, we again thank you for that. And that's why we're focusing in particular on the comprehensive management of the World Heritage Property of Plečnik Ljubljana, but as the exemplary case and issues concerning the protection of heritage architecture as well as built environment go beyond the World Heritage context as well. They are actually a part of the discussion of a society and its attitude towards the 20th century heritage. As said, the symposium is also live streamed on YouTube and Facebook, so our colleagues are also joining us online. I'm indebted to many colleagues who have either exchanged with us, shared ideas and conveyed concrete proposals in the designing phase of this, even if they could not join us today because of really manifold of events taking place these days and autumn weeks. Above all, I'm grateful to our organizing team, colleagues and our partner institutions that are the ones to help things happen, actually. Jadranka Plut from our ministry, who's watching us, Tomaž Toka, Museum of Architecture and Design, Katarina Odlazek, Špela Karo, Mateja Kaučič and Irena Potočnik from the Institute for the Protection of Cultural Heritage of Slovenia, and above all, Maja Kovač from the City Museum, from the Museum and Galleries of the City of Ljubljana, who was really the driving force that we are here today. I'm personally proud that our work on Plečnik nomination over the years did bring us much closer, and they are part of a coherent and competent team of experts we have been forming over the years. So thank you for your hard work. It is very much appreciated indeed. So maybe we can have a little applause and then we start with the first session. This is for all the colleagues, of course, and for the colleagues that will now come. Okay, super. So we are starting the first session with Mr. Alessandro Balsamo from the UNESCO World Heritage Center. We are very pleased that he's here, also because he's been having rough days and weeks, as you see. I will just read out a short bio, if I may. No, it's okay. No, it's a short one, Alessandro. Okay. You probably know him as the head of the nominations unit, which is a very respectable and feared of unit of the World Heritage Center, but a very dear colleague, as you see. So Alessandro was born in Italy, in Turin. He studied international law at the University of Turin and political science at the University of Paris 8, where he obtained his degree with the final paper on the World Heritage Convention. So it was predestined to join the team, the UNESCO World Heritage Center, already in 1996, and has since worked continuously on nominations and tentative lists. He conceived the process by which the center registers, inventories, and checks the completeness of newly submitted nominations and tentative lists. Since 1998, he has been instrumental in all revisions of the operational guidelines related to nominations and tentative lists, including the introduction of the upstream process, and we can all testify on that. Between 2017 and 2021, he led and coordinated the already mentioned reform of the nomination process that led to the adoption of the new two-phase nomination process, including the preliminary assessment. His active participation in all statutory meetings of the 1972 Convention, as we call the World Heritage Convention, over the last 2 decades, in several expert meetings, as well as number of training workshops, along with his missions in over 70 countries representing the World Heritage Center, make him one of the most eminent experts of the World Heritage Convention today. So it is really our great pleasure that Alessandro is here with us, an expert and a good colleague and friend. So please, Alessandro.
Well, thank you very much. And first of all, before going into my presentation, let me thank you very much, Spela, for inviting us here, and thank also the Ministry of Culture and the Museum. And of course, I'm also very much happy to be here with friends, because after all the time that we have spent in front of screens, having in-person meetings, it's really a pleasure, and this is also part of being happy to be here today. I will try to, in my presentation here today, to basically I would like to put the accent on the fact that the World Heritage Convention actually was designed first and foremost for conservation. We are celebrating the 50th anniversary of this convention this year, and we know how much it has been successful. It is the most ratified convention in the United Nations system, with 194 state parties. So we can say it's almost universal. And beyond this success, there is this idea, notion of outstanding universal value, and the fact that these sites are important for the whole of humanity, but they must be conserved. Because I've been working on this subject for many years, and actually my area of working is basically the phase until the sites are inscribed, so the whole denomination stage. And we are used to say among us that we need to really try to make the most of it with state parties during this nomination process. It's a momentum. Why? Because during that process, it looks like the attention of state parties is really high, because they want to inscribe. Once the inscription is done, in some cases, I don't want to say in many cases, but maybe it's the fact, state parties think that their work is done. So basically my presentation will try to shed a light on what is really the convention, because it has become, of course, a very well-known instrument, but is very well known above all for inscriptions, and these are celebrated. We see it every time there is a World Heritage Committee session. The moment of inscription, I mean, it's factual. We see it on the web. People that follows the committee session on the web at the moment of inscription duplicates. So we need to see how the World Heritage Convention was designed for conservation, and this is why I will say first and foremost that conservation, as you see, is at the heart of the World Heritage Convention. By nominating a site of outstanding universal value for inscription on the World Heritage List, state parties make a firm commitment to the conservation of that site for all humanity and for future generations. This is really the idea underpinning the World Heritage Convention. Article 4 and 6 of the Convention place conservation at the very heart of the Convention and emphasize that the duty to conserve these properties lies with the international community as a whole. And also this is basically the revolutionary idea about the Convention, that a site is placed in the territory of one single state party, but it is important, its conservation for the whole of humanity, all the international community. It was therefore necessary to have an effective monitoring mechanism to ensure that the values for which a property was inscribed are preserved. Certain provisions of the Convention specify the statutory obligation of the World Heritage Committee to monitor the state of conservation of properties on the list of World Heritage in danger, in order to ensure that their outstanding universal values is preserved. And this is Article 11.4 of the Convention. Thank you. On this basis, the provisions for active monitoring of the state of conservation of all properties, whether in danger or not, have evolved over time into a well-defined process, as presented in Chapter 4 of the Operational Guidelines, which is this document that basically established the rules of the Convention. The Convention is the document where we have the law, the fixed law, which cannot be changed because you will need 194 state parties to agree on one single change, which is impossible. But the Operational Guidelines are the rules that apply this law, and over 40 years of existence they have been modified about 15 times to try to keep these rules up to date and evolve also in terms of different notions and ideas concerning heritage. Reactive monitoring is thus defined in paragraph 169 of the Operational Guidelines as the submission to the committee by the Secretariat and the advisory bodies of reports on the state of conservation of properties that are under threat. This paragraph also specifies the dates by which state parties are required to submit their reports to the Secretariat. And paragraph 172 proposes a framework to facilitate dialogue on the provision of information by the state parties concerned in the event of development or restoration projects that may have an impact on outstanding universal value of the property. So in accordance with paragraph 174, information received from third-party sources is communicated to the state party concerned for clarification of the reported threat. And this is extremely important. This is showing that the Convention is a living tool. It's not that once a site is inscribed on the World Heritage List, okay, it's a postcard and we have it, we have a nice postcard and we forget about it. No. The conservation of that site must be monitored, and there is a system by which also individuals or associations may really raise their voice for the conservation of the site if something is going wrong. So this showed this mechanism really to conserve. And these provisions are intended to allow for a better exchange of information between all stakeholders that are involved in the conservation of a property. Now, the existence itself of list of world heritage in danger, which is presented in the convention, it shows that conserving is a serious matter, because it means that if you're not doing the right things, you, as a first step, after, of course, it's not immediate, but after long dialogue back and forth, you may see also your property going on the list of World Heritage in Danger, which is not a shame. Actually, we really have to, and we try to do this all the time, because the nature, the origin itself of the World Heritage Convention comes from the list of World Heritage in Danger, whenever, even if that was not existing before, because the idea of the convention came from a site which was in danger and for which the whole international community decided at once to help in Egypt. And that was the whole idea about the convention. So we cannot say that the list of World Heritage in Danger is a bad notion, but it exists and is designed to inform the international community of conditions which threaten the very characteristic for which a property was inscribed on the World Heritage List. So the essence, the reasons why was inscribed, we call it the criteria and justification of the criteria and the OUV. But in the end, these are the values and attributes for which a property was inscribed on the World Heritage List. Just very quickly, you see, nowadays, this is the what it looks like. I don't know if you can see really all the names, but these are the sites that are on this list of World Heritage in Danger. Just to say that about the, more than 1,100 properties inscribed on the World Heritage List, nowadays we have about 50 of them that are in danger. We see that a majority of them, unfortunately, it's between the region of Africa and the Arab states, but we have also cases like you see the historic center of Vienna in Austria, and you may have heard of a case, a very recent case, of the listing, because last year at the last committee session, Liverpool and the port of Liverpool was delisted after some years of back and forth with better not to go into details, but so I wanted just to highlight, for instance, that the historic center of Vienna, a city that is not far from Ljubljana. It has different characteristics, but it shows how even a very well-known property, because Vienna is worldwide known, how in a state party where, of course, they pay serious attention to the conservation of the property. However, there may be problems, because there may be conflicting interests that can come into play, and that may really bring the conservation of a site into territory which is dangerous by definition. And here I wanted to highlight that whenever a site has problem, as you can see, this is taken from our web page. but maybe it's too small. But it shows that every year the state of conservation of that property is checked. So every year we have an evolution, a development which is checked by the experts, ICOMOS, and then the committee. So this is really important, again, to underline the life of the convention. So I will go now, and it will be, I think 4 or 5 very scary slides, the next one, because they go into the details of reasons to put sites on the World Heritage List in danger and way to take them out. A World Heritage property can be inscribed on the World Heritage List in danger by the committee when it finds that the condition of the property correspond to at least one of the criteria in either of the 2 cases described as follows. So there may be an ascertained danger. And you can see it can be deterioration of materials, of structures, of architectural planning coherence. So it rings a bell, when we are talking about the property here in Ljubljana. So the significant loss of historical authenticity, important loss of cultural significance, all of this may be defined as ascertained danger. Then there are the potential danger. The property is faced with threats which could have serious effects on its inherent characteristics, which basically are the values by which the property was inscribed on the World Heritage List. Such threats are, for example, also modification of juridical status, losing in the power of the conservation. It may also be that the laws protecting the property that is inscribed are not so forceful as before. A lack of conservation policy, threatening efforts of regional planning projects, threatening efforts of town planning. Again, this here is speaking very much to this site. But as we have seen in the list of those properties that are currently included in the list of World Heritage in danger, also the outbreak of threat of armed conflict is one very common reason, but it's not the most common. We will see in one second. But I also wanted to highlight the impacts of climatic, geological, or other environmental factors. This is also very much talked about over the last decades. Of course, climate change may have impacts on all kind of heritage. I will go quickly on this, but just to show you that the same thing also touch upon natural properties, because as Spela was saying in our introduction, the very revolutionary idea of the convention is to put together culture and nature under the same international tool, which is nowadays still the only tool that does this. So you have the same kind of definition for ascertained danger and potential danger, but in the case of natural properties. But here this is very interesting because it shows the statistic of what are the threats that really affect most World Heritage properties once they are inscribed. And as you can see, in 63% of the cases, the major threats come from a lack of management, a problem with the management that is inadequate or outdated, or in some cases it doesn't even exist, because we have to also bear in mind that to have a management system or a management plan, it has become a requirement only relatively recently in the history of the convention, because this is a requirement only since the last 15 years. Before then, it was not a requirement, so there have been some of the properties that were inscribed before that had a management plan, but maybe not really designed for the values for which the site was inscribed on the World Heritage List, and many of them didn't have any document, any thing showing how to manage the site. So this is one of the major issue. But then you see in this slide you have illegal activities, war, housing. So any urban development project, and again this is very common, because in 35% of the cases this is also one of the factor impacting the conservation of the site. I wanted to make clear, you cannot add the percentage to have 100, because these are overlapping, meaning that in many cases a property may suffer of a lack of inadequate management, but also a problem of urban development projects, for instance, at the same time. So just to make it clear. And again, we also see that the legal framework, it comes as an important factor, because in 21% of the World Heritage properties that have problems and issues, this is a common factor. And we see that deliberate destruction of heritage, I must say, it's anyway present in this list, unfortunately, but it shouldn't absolutely be, but it's still in 17% of the cases this is something that exists. So the committee reviews annually the state of conservation of properties on the list of World Heritage in danger. And this review includes such monitoring procedures and expert mission as this may be determined by the committee itself. Of course, beside reviewing each year those sites for which there is specifically focus on some issues because they are on the list of World Heritage danger, each year the committee also review a number of state of conservation for sites that are not on the list of World Heritage in danger. In a kind of rotation, it tries to cover more or less all the sites that are inscribed on the list. It takes many years to cover them because, in a session of a committee, you cannot have more than maybe 70 or 80 or so state of conservation for properties that are or already described on the list but not in danger. So it may take some years because some of them actually, when there is a problem, they will come again after 1 or 2 years. And other properties where it seems that no problems is reported may not be checked for some years. So it's not automatic in this sense for all properties. But there are other mechanisms that are automatic in the convention. And we will see it in 1 second. So on the basis of these regular reviews, the committee decides in consultation with the state parties concerned whether additional measures may be required to conserve the property, or the operational guidelines use the word delete, but we prefer to say remove the property from the list of World Heritage in danger if the property is no longer under threat. So it shows again this leaving of the convention where sites are checked and things may go wrong for some years, and then with the help of the international community, this issue could be addressed. But on the basis of these regular reviews, the committee decides in consultation with the state parties concerned whether to consider the deletion of the property from both the list of World Heritage in Danger and the World Heritage list. This is what I was mentioning that happened with Liverpool last year, but it happened also in the past for very few sites, a couple of them, but it also shows that conserving is a serious matter. And it's again the aim of the convention is not just the inscription. The inscription is the beginning of the work of conservation. And to try to facilitate all this work on the conservation of sites over the years, it has become very, very useful, this specific database where anyone can check the state of conservation of properties inscribed on the World Heritage List and find out what are the issues that may affect them, and the reports that are being produced for this specific property. Now, I was saying that there are also reviews and check of sites that are regular. Because state of conservation is focusing on sites that have issues, but in a regular manner, the convention, and I must say in this case it's more the evolution of the convention, because in the text of the convention itself, periodic reporting is not existing, but it has been put in place after basically 20 years and more of inscription, because it became as something that was needed in the convention, this system to review regularly what is happening at the level of the implementation of the convention in each country and for each of the properties that are inscribed in a single state party. And by the way, I'm just saying this because Spela is here with us today, but it will also be at the same time, probably in the meeting of focal points that is taking place between today and tomorrow for all of Europe, because there are back in September there was the launching of we have also other participants to that to that meeting, and it shows how really the convention is applied, because now it has been launched, the periodic reporting for the region, for the Europe region back in September, and this is the first meeting between the focal points. But over the last 2 years, this exercise was done in Africa and the Arab states, and then it will follows, and Asia Pacific, and it will follows also then in the Latin America. So every 6 years, the state parties are invited to submit to the World Heritage Committee a periodic report on the application of the World Heritage Convention in the territory. We can find somehow the origin of this, even if the word periodic reporting doesn't exist in the convention, in Article 29, where it says that the state parties should give information on the legislative and administrative provisions which they have adopted and other action which they have taken for the application of this convention. Then this has been translated into the operational guidelines, and paragraph 199 add to what is already said in the in the convention that this report should include the state of conservation of the World Heritage properties located on their territories. So this is another way to check about the conservation of properties inscribed. So periodic reporting basically is a self-reporting process. So state parties are doing this exercise and should be as much as possible led by the state parties themselves. The Secretariat, UNESCO, only coordinates and facilitates this process, and state parties may also request expert advice to the advisory bodies and the Secretariat if needed. How does this work? So in this slide, you will see that the first step is reporting in each region. So we are basically divided in 5 regions concerning the convention. And as I said, for the Europe and North America region, because they are together, the exercise is just starting. And so the national focal points, Spela, Adele, are you? Oh, also Oliver. So we have many focal points here. Complete the state level report. Section 1, we will see in 1 second, because the periodic reporting is divided into sections. But in 1 second we'll see. So while the reports for each World Heritage property in the region, section 2, are completed by the site manager of each of this property. Then these reports are submitted to the World Heritage Center, and regional reports are developed. These regional reports are then examined by the committee, and on the basis of this, the committee formulate recommendations to try to address potential issues, and regional action plans are formulated, then setting strategies, priorities, and goals for the implementation of the World Heritage Convention. Finally, hopefully, all of this then is implemented. So this periodic reporting serves basically 4 main purposes: to assess the application of the convention at the state parties level, to provide an assessment as to whether the OUV of the properties that are already inscribed is maintained over time, so this regular check, and to provide updated information about World Heritage properties, and to provide a mechanism also, this is important, for regional cooperation exchange, because it is an occasion also for site managers and for focal points of all the state parties of the same region to get together, which is extremely useful. Periodic reporting is important for more effective long-term conservation of properties inscribed, as well as to strengthen the credibility of the convention as a tool that really push for the conservation of sites. As I was saying, the periodic reporting questionnaire is an online tool now. It was not the case in the first cycle. Now we are on the 3rd cycle of this exercise. So that is happening each 6 years, and then at the end of the 6 years, there's 1 year gap for reflection on how to improve the exercise. Section 1 deals with the implementation, as we said, of the convention in general terms in the level of the state parties, while Section 2 refers to the state of conservation of the specific properties located in each state parties, and should be completed by the site manager of these properties, that are the ones that know better about the potential issue that may affect the conservation of the properties. But one question is extremely important to ask. What must be conserved? It's not that easy, because when you are inscribed on the World Heritage List, what you should conserve? Actually, you have basically a few tools to identify really what is important. First tool, of course, is to understand what has been inscribed, and so to go into the details of really already of the boundaries of what has been inscribed, because the World Heritage Convention can be fully applied only within those boundaries, even if, of course, things that happen outside those boundaries, maybe in the close vicinity, have an impact on the properties that is inscribed. So it is kind of strange, but of course, even things that are not inscribed, let's say a project that will happen outside one of these areas. So we are seeing here darker is really the nominated property, and lighter is the buffer zone of your site, Blesnich. There may be projects that are happening outside also what we call the buffer zone. The buffer zone is an area which is meant to protect the area that is really of outstanding universal values. There is an area where the legal protection is higher in comparison with other areas. And is really designed as a space to really give extra protection to the nominated area. But sometimes even projects that are happening outside of the buffer zone may have an impact. So first way to understand what to, of course, we need to conserve is to look at this. But then really the most important piece of document is a short one, is what we call the Statement of Outstanding Universal Value. And each properties that is inscribed on the World Heritage List now since 2007, automatically it has a Statement of Outstanding Universal Value, which is this text that it has been defined in many different ways to give an idea on what it is, but it may be like a passport for a property where it is really summarize the essential information about a property and the reason why this property was inscribed on the World Heritage List. In this text, it is also included the text with the justification of criteria under which the property was inscribed. And inside this text, it must be identified those attributes, those elements that convey the overall outstanding universal value of the site. So and this is extremely important, because if we don't know what to conserve, we cannot conserve. So each site, at least over the last 15 years, has this text, and this text is so important that it has been now retroactively produced for all those properties that were inscribed before 2007, when this became automatic at the moment of inscription. We are not yet covering the totality of the properties inscribed on the World Heritage List, but we are progressing towards that. And I would like to finish this presentation with this citation of David Attenborough that, as you know, deals with nature, but he said that people are not going to care about animal conservation unless they think that animals are worthwhile. And the same way, I think you can think in terms of culture, and until people itself, because without people living in the property that help for conservation will never be effective. So Spela was mentioning also the involvement of communities. This is extremely important for the implementation of the convention, and unless the community around World Heritage property knows why this property is important to all of humanity, because this is the reason why it was inscribed on the World Heritage list, conservation will never be 100% effective. So really, this kind of meetings, symposium, are extremely important to let the communities living in a space or in a territory where there is a World Heritage property know why that specific part of territory is important to the whole of humanity and must be conserved for future generations.
Thank you very much, Alessandro. We have some new guests arriving, so thank you again for bringing up some important issues. I was also feeling the room because we have the site managers also with us from Idria, from Pile Dwellings. So they know that this task is our common task. So, but luckily we have two Spelas, so Spela Caro is following this afternoon. So lucky for me. So thank you really for giving us this context, which is extremely important and which we know that can be overwhelming for people who don't work with World Heritage on a daily basis. So this is why we also are also working hard in a larger, let's say, in a larger group of experts to try to convey and to communicate something that is also, in a way, a bit encryptic, with all the reports, and we use the acronyms, and So this is also one of the intentions, like you said. Thank you so much for the kind words that we are having this symposium today. I don't think that we say it enough that the real work begins after the inscription. This is like our slogan, I think, for every state party, but this is very, very true. So hopefully we are not among those unidentified number of countries that forget about their properties after the inscription. I'm also grateful because the colleagues immediately noticed that these are not the last maps that we were designing, because we are also waiting for the next World Heritage Committee session to take place, because we have engaged into yet another mechanism. We are proposing minor boundary modification, because even during the evaluation phase we saw some deficiencies, let's say, something that could be improved, and that was then in the pipeline. So now it's in the pipeline, so the maps finally will look a bit different. Hopefully they will protect the property a little more. And finally, just I'm taking the opportunity when you spoke about the criterion, about the criteria and the attributes. We had an extremely useful and precious workshop already with ICROM. That was after the inscription in end of November, beginning of December, and this was one of the exercises that seemed, easy. But then our participants started, to look at the text and to extract and what it means, what it actually means. All these words that we were putting together. So in that sense, thank you for highlighting that. We thought of allowing, if you agree, direct questions, if there are any, that's something that you didn't catch or understand, but we will have a more general short discussion after this series, after the series of the 3 presentations. So if there are any direct questions that anyone would like to ask, this is the time. No? Otherwise, we will move on, and we're well in the time frame. Thank you. Okay, so let me introduce our next speaker. Is the director of the evaluation unit of the International Council on Monuments and Sites. We are very, very pleased to have Gwenelle Bourdin with us. She has a degree in economics, history, and history of art. That's why we're also talking about the multidisciplinary approach and the holistic approach and so on. And she joined ICOMOS in 1998 after obtaining a master's in history and management of French and European heritage in Panthéon-Sorbonne University. She's currently responsible for the coordination of ICOMOS work on tentative lists, upstream processes, which is again a mechanism that we know and we have been using, and nominations of cultural and mixed properties to the World Heritage List. She also contributed to the drafting of the reference manual preparing a World Heritage nomination, again, a very used tool, and the guidance on developing and revising World Heritage tentative lists prepared by the advisory bodies in collaboration with the World Heritage Center. She is involved in the joint ICOMOS-IUCN project Connecting Practice, which explores new methods and practical strategies to better recognize and encourage interrelationships between natural and cultural heritage within World Heritage sites. And we have a candidate for this program. She has also participated in numerous expert capacity building workshops around the world on the fundamental principles of the World Heritage Convention. So, Gwenelle, please, the floor is yours.
Okay. Hello. Good morning. It's okay? Yeah? I'm not tall as you are, Spela. So, good morning to everyone, and let me thank as well the Ministry of Culture for inviting me to this symposium, which is a very interesting one. So I've been asked to present the experience of ICOMOS in relation to the evaluation of World Heritage World Heritage nominations of the 20th century. So the presentation I'm going to present to you is broadly made of 2 parts. I will go through a first part by showing to you the World Heritage List as it stands, and what type of 20th century heritage is included on the World Heritage List. And I will focus as well on the use of World Heritage criteria. And the second part of the presentation will be focused on the specific issues that ICOMOS has encountered in going through the evaluation of these types of properties. And there will be as well a special focus in a way on serial nominations. Okay. So let me start. And let me start with some kind of general considerations. The 20th century was a century with rapid changes that impacted our daily life. And in terms of World Heritage Convention, these developments are reflected through monuments, iconic buildings, group of buildings, sites, cultural landscapes, engineering works, or industrial settlements. In addition, so this is a wide range category, a broad field that reflects the history of this century. In addition, it includes as well a wide range of architectural expressions, such as the avant-garde modern movement, but as well rationalism, interpretations of neoclassicism, expressionism. In terms of the World Heritage List itself, so from the beginning of inscriptions in the 1980s, there were 2 World Heritage properties that belong to 20th century heritage that were inscribed on the World Heritage List. This is not the picture you see on the screen, but these properties were Polish properties, Warsaw, that was destroyed and rebuilt after World War II, and Auschwitz concentration camp. These were inscribed in 1979 and 1980. But Brasilia was the first important manifestation of modern urbanism, architecture, and landscape design that was inscribed on the World Heritage List in 1987. So at that time, when it was inscribed, the challenges raised by the inscription was that the city was nominated 27 years after it was inaugurated, and it was not totally constructed according to the original plan by Lucio Costa and Oscar Niemeyer. And a big issue was related to the lack of legislation that would ensure the protection of this property on the list. This is a picture to show you briefly the ICOMOS evaluation procedure. Just for you to have an idea, so it starts in a way at the bottom, the purple, in March, and it ends in July the following year, once ICOMOS delivers its evaluation text to the World Heritage Center. And you can see different colors. Green is ICOMOS, in yellow the State Party, to see the interactions. And just in brief, because it's a quite complex process, in fact, just for you to bear in mind that the evaluation of one nomination dossier includes around 40 experts. It means 40 experts are reviewing one nomination dossier. And it's around 20-25 nominations per cycle. So when ICOMOS is doing an evaluation, we check whether the property has justified outstanding universal value. And to justify outstanding universal value, you need to justify the 3 pillars of OUV. 3 pillars of OUV are the criteria, cultural criteria 1 to 6, conditions of integrity and authenticity. So it means in terms of whether all the attributes are within the boundaries that are proposed, whether there are negative impact on the property. In terms of authenticity, you need to check whether the attributes convey in a truthful manner the proposed values. And of course, you need to have a legal protection at national level, or the most important level at the country level. And you need to have a management system in place. In relation to 20th century heritage, the ICOMOS procedure does not vary. I mean, there is not a specific process to assess 20th century heritage properties. And I would like, as Alessandro did and Spela mentioned it as well, when we start the evaluation of these nominations, an important aspect to be considered and assessed by ICOMOS is the attributes and proposed outstanding universal value. So this is important, as it was said already, but this is important because the World Heritage Convention, we do not inscribe IDs on the list, we inscribe sites. So this is a property-based convention, and we inscribe sites through their attributes, the attributes that convey the proposed OUV. And this is the attributes that are going to be managed and monitored once the property is inscribed on the list. So I have put, you can see here, attributes can be tangible elements or fabric, but also intangible aspects or processes. When we are talking, for example, of cultural landscapes. I have put an example. This is a Darmstadt in Germany that was inscribed on criteria 2 and 4. This is a list of attributes that were identified when the property was assessed. So ICOMOS, just to give you an idea of how it could look like in a way. So it's important to see whether this mapping of attributes, identification of attributes, have been properly done by the state party. And of course, this is not just a list of features. This is a list of features that relates to proposed values. So at the evaluation stage, there could be changes that are proposed in terms of the focus of the proposed OUV, and the change of this focus might imply changes in terms of the attributes that will support what will be the OUV once it will be confirmed by the committee. So if we have a look to the criteria, because these are the 6 cultural criteria, so it could be quite cryptic when we are not familiar with the way we use or interpret these criteria. It's a little bit frightening in a way. So in relation to 20th century heritage, I have highlighted the fact that the most used World Heritage criteria are 1, 2, 4, and 6. These are the most used criteria for 20th century World Heritage properties. And if you want to have a quick way to remind these criteria, you can use keywords in a way. So criterion 1, this is masterpiece. Criterion 2, this is interchange of human values. Criterion 3, this is about cultural tradition, civilization. So it's more about processes, in fact. But it's not very used for 20th century properties. Criterion 4, this is about typology. Criterion 5, it's a little bit a mix of traditional human settlements, but as well interaction with environment, which was added in 2005 when there was a merging of cultural and natural criteria into one list. And criterion 6, which is much more related to associations. So I will go through the most used World Heritage criteria for 20th century heritage nominations to give you some hints or inputs on the way they are used or interpreted. So criterion 1, this is the masterpiece of human creative genius. This is a criteria that is often used with other criteria. This is not one that is very much used, was quite used at the beginning of the convention, but not so much after the 90s in a way. And we give a very careful consideration to the way it is used. What is important with this idea of masterpiece is the creativity behind the masterpiece, if I may say, in terms of what are the attributes that will justify and demonstrate this creativity. So this is important. This is a criterion that was mainly used for iconic modern heritage buildings, in fact, and with a lot of references to artistic and architectural masterpieces. because if you understand the way this criteria has evolved in terms of definition itself, it's important. It's always interesting to come back to the previous definitions of criteria, because it helps to understand why certain types of properties were inscribed at the beginning of the convention and why it seems that now we have completely different types of properties that are inscribed under the same criteria. But because in fact the definitions were changed quite a number of times, and above all definitions, the most important changes in the criteria were around 1994, 1995, 1996 to accommodate in a way the introduction of cultural landscapes in the operational guidelines. And in 2005 when there was a merging of natural and cultural criteria. So just to come back to criterion 1, the previous version of the definition included artistic and aesthetic reference in its definition. And this was removed in 1996 to allow, in fact, the recognition, or let's say more technological achievements through this masterpiece of technological achievement through this criterion. This is to give you a concrete example of the way it is applied. So this is an example, Luis Barragan House and Studio in Mexico, and the way it is defined is that this property represents a masterpiece of the new developments in the modern movement, integrated traditional, philosophical, and artistic currents into a new synthesis. This is an example of how it is used. So I go to criterion 2. Criterion 2 is quite interesting and difficult as well to use. Interesting because it's much more focused. What is important is the important interchange of human values, but how this interchange of human values is tangibly reflected into the attribute of the property is something that needs careful consideration. This is not because, I would say, this is not because you have an arbor that criterion 2 applies. You have to prove how the interchange of human values was embodied into the property in a tangible manner. So this criteria, it was changed as well in 1995. Before 1995, it was more focused on influences and the idea of both influences, either to receive influences, to create a new synthesis, and again to influence other properties. This was the idea behind this change in this criterion. What is important as well is that you need to justify that this interchange was during a span of time. So you need to define this length, this duration, or within a cultural area. So within, should exceed in general national boundaries. What is the relevant cultural area is something that needs to be discussed. This is an example of the use of criterion 2 for Fagus factories. So you see clearly the way it is defined, and it illustrates a moment of considerable interchange between different generations of German, European, North American architects. It was a site of synthesis of these influences, and it went on to influence many other architectural works. I have put the Frank Lloyd Wright nomination because it was a very interesting nomination when we assess it in terms of the way criterion 2, it's inscribed only on the basis of criterion 2. This is a series of 8 component sites, and this is related to the beginning of the work of Frank Lloyd Wright. And it was very interesting the way criterion 2 was explored in terms of how the influences operated from where to where, through which means, exhibitions, catalog of exhibitions, publications, etc. So it was very interesting, and the way the nomination dossier has been prepared is quite very clear on how each component of the series contributes to this influence. I move to criterion 4. So criterion 4, the typology. So to be an outstanding example of a type of building, architectural or technological ensemble or landscape, which illustrates a significant stage in human history. So this is, it could be the case that the part which illustrates a significant stage in human history is skipped in general when state parties present this criteria. This is the most used criteria, criterion 4. It could be challenging because it is to be used in relation to significant prototypes or strongly representative examples. So it means that your comparative analysis need to be very, very solid to support your proposal in a way. I have put an example from Uruguay. This is a church. So you can see that in that case, the criterion 4 is used to illustrate technological innovation that was used in this church. And I have put in green as well, the property embodies the post-war search for a renewed architectural language, expressing a modernity rooted in tradition and in a vernacular in Latin America and worldwide. Just to say that you should not skip the significant stage of human history into the justification of this criterion. It was interesting, this nomination, because it raised issues related to, let's say, more nomination strategy. It means, so you have one building, one works from one architect, and what will be the strategy in terms of coming with one building of this architect, or coming with a series of works of the same architect. So it was interesting in relation to this discussion and the position of the state party that were hesitant between coming with a series but under criterion 2 or this building and criterion 4. And criterion 6. Criterion 6, it's quite difficult, if I may say. Criterion 6 needs to be used preferably with other criteria. So this is, there could be specific questions that could help in checking whether this criterion is relevant, is justified. So it's whether the property is the association is direct and tangible. The association is direct and intangible. Whether as well the events or the ideas to which the property is associated is of outstanding universal significance, and how this significance can be understood. Is it through the lens of the duration? Does it have a supranational resonance? And as well, through which attributes these events are associated to the property. So I have put the example of Le Corbusier. This is a quite speaking example in a way, a very interesting example in terms of the use of criterion 6. It's true that for 20th century heritage, at least architectural or urbanistic expressions, criterion 6 is not used very much. Other types of 20th century heritage used criterion 6, but this is not the purpose for this one. So you can see in the definition itself of criterion 6 that the architectural work of Le Corbusier. So Le Corbusier was the first transnational serial nominations, transcontinental serial nominations. So first global serial nomination with sites in Argentina, Japan, India, and Europe, of course. So the way the criterion 6 is defined, the architectural work of Le Corbusier is directly and materially associated with idea of the modern movement, of which the theories and works possessed outstanding universal significance in the 20th century. And I will come back to the way the state parties in the nomination dossier have justified how each component of the series contribute to the proposed criteria. And this is quite interesting, but I will come back to this later under the issue of series. So maybe it's time to not to take a break, but just so it's quite something, this issue of criteria, let's say. But so to in reality. So I tried to show pictures from regions all over the world in the previous part of the presentation. But in reality, 20th century heritage is still a heritage that is not well represented on the World Heritage List. So there are gaps, and there are gaps in many different ways. There are gaps in terms of geographical distribution, because some regions of the world do not have a lot of World Heritage nominations related to 20th century heritage. There are gaps as well in terms of what is reflected on the World Heritage List, because in fact a lot of the properties belongs to modern heritage, are expressions of architectural or urbanistic expressions, and not so much related to other kind of topics or themes that could reflect as well the history and legacy of 20th century. I have put here, so you have examples of, let's say, other types in a way of 20th century World Heritage nominations with industrial sites or technological achievements, sites related to memories of recent conflict, and Spela mentioned this earlier. So these type of sites, at least the technological ones, industrial ones, were entered gradually, in fact, the World Heritage List, thanks to this change in the definition of the criteria that I mentioned earlier. So in 1996, for criterion 2, it was added the word technology, and for criterion 4, it was added as well technological ensemble. So this change in the definition allowed, in fact, some other types of properties to enter the World Heritage List. So I will go now to the second part of my presentation and to deal with more, let's say, specific issues that ICOMOS has encountered in evaluating nomination from 20th century heritage. So you have this example of Sydney Opera House. It's quite interesting. It raised the issue of the historical framework in a way, and let's say the lack of historical perspective, the lack of critical analysis, or that it could have, because Sydney Opera House, so it was inaugurated in 1973, and then it was nominated the first time in 1980, so 7 years after it was inaugurated. So it raised at that time some issues because the architect was still living. It was inaugurated less than 10 years, and the inclusion on the list happened only in 2007. So it raised, you see, this kind of consideration when you remind the definition of criteria. Criterion 2, interchange over a span of time. so you need to have some kind of duration before the property is inscribed. It raises issues as well in terms of critical analysis, documentation, influences. How can a property be said to have influenced other properties within 7 years? So you see, it raised quite a number of questions in relation to criterion 4, for example, where the significant period of history is important. You need to have a critical review as well, or a critical understanding of why a specific history in time is important, which can be more difficult if the property is very close to the current day-to-day history, in fact. And maybe to come back, sorry, because Sydney Opera House, it's interesting as well as regards the creativity and criterion 1, because the creativity for Sydney Opera House is in the shape of the aisles. And it was interesting because the engineers at that time were amongst the first to use computers to check, in a way, the impact of the wind on the shape of the aisles. So this is one of the aspects of creativity, in a way, for this property. Another issues that we encountered, not so much in terms of nominations we assess, because such nominations are not so much into the pipelines. But let's think about Brasilia. The case of Brasilia was inscribed, but without legal protection. So it's quite, it's the case in some part of the world where there is no legal mechanism to protect such 20th century heritage. So it means legal mechanisms are until a certain date, 1940s, for example, and there is no means to protect heritage after that date. So this is an issue, and the related consequences is that there are not relevant inventories related to this type of heritage. Okay, so another issue is related to the fact that it's often the case with 20th century heritage that the architect, the builders, used new or experimental materials, and the way this material will are going to adapt to aging or the action of atmospheric factors on these materials is something that could be quite unknown. And in some cases, these materials needs to be replaced in order to guarantee the continuity of functioning. So it raises specific issues in relation to the authenticity of this type of property. Another type of issue, in a way, is functional adaptations and the pertinence of new uses in relation to physical attributes that needs to be carefully considered. And the example of Van El Fabriek in Netherlands is quite interesting in the way they have adapted the building to new uses. So it was a fabric for trade of tobacco, tea, spices, but it's still in fact a kind of fabric with workers and more working in terms of media and communication and design, but it's still a place for workers. And the way the building was adapted was done with quite a careful consideration and respect to the original architectural features. So another, and I think it's the last one, specific issues relates to the lack of interest or recognition from the local communities. And this is the example of Le Havre in France. So this was a city that was destroyed by World War II. And this city suffered very much from a lack of recognition by the inhabitants. it was a city that was a little bit considered as ugly, if I may say, by their inhabitants. But when it was inscribed on the World Heritage List in 2005, it gave a certain pride to the inhabitants, and it has changed the way the inhabitants perceived their heritage. So it was interesting in that sense. I will go quickly maybe, but I thought it was important to, because the specific issues as well, it's not common to 20th century heritage, but could be quite difficult when you are dealing with a series of one architect and how to deal with this series. So just to remind that paragraph 137 of the operational guidelines, that was changed in 2011 into the operational guidelines, requires some, let's say, parameters to be taken into account when you do present a serial nomination. And so when you do present a serial nomination, you should ensure that the links between the components are very well explained and justified, and that these links are not just related to the typology or to the architect. So you need to go beyond this type of links, let's say. It's important as well that it clearly explains the way each component part contributes to the proposed OUV. And the overall manageability of the property should be taken into account. So this is the reason why there is another paragraph in the operational guideline 114 that requests that there is a common structure that ensures the management of the different component parts of the series. And the series as a whole should demonstrate OUV. So in short, serial nominations are not a catalogue of sites, and serial nominations are not a series of sites. This is very important to have in mind, this point. And I wanted to show you the way the Le Corbusier nomination presented how each component part contributes to the proposed OUV. So you can see the left column, Maison, La Roche et Jeanneret, for example, first one. You can see which facet this component contribute to criterion 2 and contribute to criterion 6. And this is done for all component parts. And it's quite interesting. So it shows clearly the need to justify how the components of the series are linked beyond their typology, beyond the fact that they belong to the same architect that produced them. But it shows as well that the more number of component parts you have and the more number of criteria you have, the most difficult it is as well to justify how each contribute to the proposed OUV. This is the common management structure that needs to be in place for serial nomination. If we think about impact assessment, heritage impact assessments on serial nominations, it raised a number of issues, but I'm not going to enter into this. So we have developed for serial property, not only for 20th century heritage, but for serial property in general, a list of questions that we checked when we assess nomination. So what is the justification for the serial approach, how the sites were selected, how each component part contribute to the overall OUV. Does the comparative analysis justify the selection of sites? So it's not just, you have to done a kind of not double comparative analysis, but to assess the values that are put forward for the series in itself, but as well to explain how the selection of sites were made, what was the internal comparisons that were made to come to this proposed selection and series. and of course if there is an overall management framework for all components. This is an example of a series that was interesting in terms of because it was underrepresented, the modern housing estates, and it was quite interesting the links between these properties beyond the typology. So I come to the end and the conclusions. So 20th century heritage is, as I said earlier, is a category that is not yet fully represented on the World Heritage List. So there are still some regions of the world that are underrepresented in terms of 20th century heritage. It's 20th century heritage. It's a gap in itself in terms of types of properties, because we have, as I've said earlier, architectural expressions above all. But what about telecommunications? What about scientific achievements? What about urban rapid growth? Well, such kind of topics you could thought about when you are talking about 20th century heritage. There is for sure a need to develop thematic studies on modern heritage and the way in which modernity has been articulated in different parts of specific regions. As I've said, even though the approaches and methodology for the evaluation of 20th century heritage do not differ from evaluation of other of heritage from other centuries, let's say, gradually the World Heritage Committees, the advisory bodies have refined some aspects of their evaluation in relation to this type of heritage. And these aspects that require more attention are related to assessment of authenticity and integrity, and especially in case of serial nominations. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gwenelle. Now I'm sort of confident that the colleagues also see the gravity of the work that needs to be put in. So a site is recognized, the property is inscribed. And if we were just talking about the real work that's starting after the inscription, I can say that from our point of view, from our experience with Plečnik nomination, it was immediately after the submission that ICOMOS made us do a lot of work. but it actually helped the nomination to gradually get better, which we acknowledge very much, and we were very happy for that. And the center was, of course, following that very, very closely. So we prepared two additional information. We changed the name. We selected a different criterion. So this was a very, very important stage of the process, and that's why we are so fiercely fighting for the pre-phase before the submission of the nomination, because we have also profited from the upstream advice, and that's why we believe in the preliminary assessment also. So thank you also for raising a number of issues, and I think this is a very good it's a very good starting point for the discussion later on, but I will just mention two. Always the inscription is a certain decision at a certain time. So thank you for really coming back to saying that the definition has changed, that the notion of heritage has changed, because sometimes we are also thinking in this quite a childish way, you know, that was inscribed 10 years ago, why can't we? We have better, we have bigger, we have... So this is something that really points out the whole reflection phase and the whole methodology that was there. So we have Oliver Martin here. He won't talk about Le Corbusier, but that was also quite an exercise for all the countries. It was a long process, just like as the case of the Frank Lloyd Wright. And I can say that during the colloquium, was it in 2018? It was just before the submission. Yeah, we were really talking with other colleagues also from Belgium, from Spain, from France. You know, how they perceive the 20th century heritage at a certain point of time, what was inscribed perhaps at a certain point of time, and how was our perception, which was a bit different. And then we were really afraid, you know, are we going the right way? Maybe we are inventing something, you know. So again, these reflections are also, and these exchanges are very, very important. And lastly, I think that we need to mention also this material dimension, how did you say, material component of the 20th century heritage. This is something that is, of course, not only relevant for the World Heritage context, maybe even more for heritage that is not recognized at such level, because this is also sometimes an excuse why we say architectural heritage of the 70s or of the 80s, you know, it's very difficult to be conserved, the material side is so poor, so, you know, this poses another dangers to the more recent heritage, so to speak. And I think that ICOMOS is doing a wonderful work, of course, with the scientific committee of the 20th century for the 20th century architecture that many of you know. We have some members from Slovenia also here, and the discussion is ongoing. Perhaps now also coming back with the first inscription of the Sydney Opera House, because now we have Álvaro Siza Veira. The Portuguese colleagues are working on that, so it's a really another chapter maybe in this not 20th century but 21st century, in fact. So we are very much looking forward to the new gaps that are being filled in, if and when. So before going to the last, I'm sure very interesting and even more concrete in terms of our impact assessment topic lecture, I would just ask the audience, because we had now maybe more concrete examples of World Heritage properties inscribed. Are there any questions, or you would like to have some more information on any of the cases? No? So I think that's the discussion afterwards. Okay, so now we move to the third lecture in this session, in this morning part, and we're very pleased to have Eugene Zhou with us. She's a program manager at ICROM Rome. She is the program manager of the IUCN ICROM World Heritage Leadership Program since 2017, based in Rome, Italy. This World Heritage Leadership Program is a capacity building program that aims to improve management practices by interlinking culture and nature while taking people-centered approaches. The program focuses on areas of effective management, building resilience, and conducting impact assessments. She holds a BA in Korean history, an MA in cultural heritage studies, and is completing her PhD in World Heritage Studies. She was the national focal point for World Heritage in Korea for 9 years and an independent researcher prior to her work at ICROM. She participated in the World Heritage nomination and management projects that covered diverse cultural and natural sites, such as archaeological sites, living historic villages, architectural complexes, geological sites of volcanic and paleontological evidence, and marine biodiversity sites. And we know her mostly because she served as the rapporteur for the World Heritage Convention General Assembly in 2011 and as a rapporteur to the World Heritage Committee in 2016. And she had tough work and she did a brilliant job. So, Eugene, please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Svela. When you send in these bios, you don't expect it to be right in front of you. So but very nice to meet you all. Everybody, very good morning. And I do realize that I'm probably the last speaker standing between you and lunch. So I have a tough crowd to please. There. I think we can do away with the presenter notes.
Gonna close it and maybe you can.
Thank you. Thank you. So just to continue on from Alessandro's introduction about the convention and how it works, and then with Gwenelle very much outlining about the nomination processes, but also talking about the criteria and the way towards inscription. Perhaps my task is to talk about management more in general, and out of the aspect of management to talk about impact assessment with a little bit more of a focus. I do want to just acknowledge that the work that we've been doing within the program has been a mutual result of all the different institutions working within the convention, working together. So it's together with the UNESCO World Heritage Center, with ICOMOS, and with IUCN and ICROM. The four bodies have been working together to develop many different tools and different resource manuals that would be more useful, more practical, to be helpful for site managers, but also for focal points for general heritage practitioners on the ground working to manage World Heritage and other types of heritage as well. As was mentioned earlier, perhaps the hype of World Heritage sort of falls down very quickly after inscription, and that's also possibly why ICROM is the lesser known of the sisters of the advisory bodies. But we are one of the organizations that mostly cater for capacity building and training for heritage site practitioners and undertake research necessary. So we're actually very much indebted to Slovenia for the possibility of participating here, but also because we had the privilege of conducting an impact assessment course together with them. When we do these courses, it's not so much of an opportunity for you to take on new tools, but it's actually a really great opportunity for us to learn about how site management is done on the ground and how different examples come together to actually create this international community and actually accumulate all the experiences that we're going through. So we had the privilege of working on the site of Ljubljana to talk about impact assessments, and that also contributed greatly to the development of the guidance and the toolkit. And I would just like to credit the team that really worked together on the impact assessment toolkit, namely Richard Mackay from ICOMOS, Mizuki Murai from IUCN, Sarah Court from ICROM, and myself, together with all the directors and partners working from all the advisory bodies, but also with contributions from the UNESCO World Heritage Center. The title that I have on the slide in front is slightly different from the one that was printed out in the program. The main reason being is that although I had been recently introduced to the Ljubljana site through the impact assessment course, I had the privilege of arriving a day early and actually walking around the site, and it made me realize all the different things that were missing from the written documents of the nomination and all the different aspects that you don't get from maps. So number one advice is that never listen to a person who's never been to the site before. It's always so important to actually be there and experience the site, I think, and that's one of the privileges that we as heritage practitioners, I think, are exposed to and can take on within our work. So when we do talk about impact assessments, I would like to just preface by saying that it's not a new thing that suddenly appeared out of the blue. Impact assessments have been quoted and been used for a very long time, and namely it was the 2012 IUCN Advice Note, but also the 2011 ICOMOS guidance on heritage impact assessments that formed the baseline of all the work that has been going on. And throughout the 10 years or so of the committee repeatedly and increasingly asking for impact assessments to take place, there was the need that perhaps these guidances were not actually providing enough steps or enough content to really help people on the ground. It did have many of the core messages and ideas, but as we've been talking about perhaps the convention and the operational guidelines, perhaps a little bit too much jargon and a little bit of cryptic messages that were up for a lot of interpretation. So over the experiences of the 10 years that was accumulated through the usage of these two guidances, and also recognizing the fact that when we talk about heritage, and even if it's inscribed on a specific type of values that is recognized as OUV, we look at Ljubljana, it's not possible for us to just approach it as a single cultural heritage site. It's a living environment. It's a city with trees, with the hill, with the castle, with lots of different tourists coming, also lots of local communities living. And it really needs to take on a much more holistic approach whereby the place is recognized as one entity, and all the different interactions between the natural and cultural elements need to be looked at together. And that gave way to actually starting the work to develop a new guidance and toolkit for impact assessments. And here you will see that we've sort of lost the justifying adjective of whether it's an environmental or a heritage impact assessment, because it was our attempt to say that the methodology, the process is actually the same, whether or not you're dealing with nature or culture, but it's more of the technical context, whether or a legal sort of basis that you need to employ, whether it's an EIA or an HIA that you want to do. So it's really talking about assessing impacts in different situations for World Heritage. I just wanted to start off with perhaps a slightly boring slide, which you may all know, but it's just worth, I think, us remembering that even at the beginning of when the convention was being adopted in 1972, that already changing social and economic conditions were considered to be one of the most pressing threats. And perhaps it's fair to say that it's not a threat as much as it is just a condition that we need to live with. So rather than thinking that there's one threat that we need to deal with and get over and done with, it's more of a constant. These changes are always going to be there, and it's only a matter for us to think that how are we going to manage that change? And that for us as heritage practitioners who are so used to being with the terminology of conservation, of protection, of preservation, it's not an easy sort of gap to overcome, but all the more we need to get better at talking about change, but actually being more proactive about it and being able to understand what kind of change that we can live with and we can actually ask others to collaborate together with.
And this is very much in line with the Sustainable Development Policy that was adopted in 2015. Here again, I think this emphasizes the need of good graphics. The policy document, although actually encompasses a lot of great ideas and lots of important concepts, the way that it's presented is not necessarily the most attractive of all the documents that we have on the web. But the policy document really emphasizes that unless we are able to talk to the other sectors of society to say how heritage is benefiting to society, how it is contributing to society, it's always going to be a victim rather than a catalyst for wider change. So I think the change concept that we really need to focus on is very much there. But then we need to be very aware about what kind of change that we want and what are we actually targeting for. For a long time, the heritage sector has never been really a part of the conversations talking about development or change. Rather, we were left at the very end of the table, only to be given maybe two options, which is say yes or no. And in most cases, because we were not part of the conversation from the start, there was only one option of saying no, which made us become smaller and smaller, and perhaps one of those diehard protectionists that would say no to everything, so being sequestered away from society slowly but surely. But then it's very important that we know what it is that we're targeting for, and that we are able to talk in perhaps more equal footing and terms to talk about what are the objectives of change and how much change are we actually going to be able to address and digest. And this is where it really brings us down back to values and attributes. And basically, all throughout the presentations of Alessandra and Gwenelle, we've been talking about values and attributes. Values is, why is this place important? If you can explain why Plečnik's work is important, why does it have so much significance to the people of Ljubljana or to the people of Slovenia? Why was his architectural results, arts works recognized as such? What was so innovative about them? That's describing the value that we're placing on his work. But then the attributes are, what are those things? You know, how did he actually manifest them? How did he make sure that those ideas and values are actually presented in either tangible or intangible forms? And these are the direct objects that we really need to be protecting to recognize the different values that we've placed on them. So just to highlight the fact that even within the World Heritage Convention, which is a property-based convention, the concept of value itself is intangible. It's a construct. It's a social construct that we as people have attributed to a certain set of places. And that in order for that to become tangible, we then have to identify the different attributes. And this is first and foremost the baseline of all our actions of management. And unless we can actually say this place is important for these reasons, and these are the specific things that we absolutely need to protect, if we're not clear about those messages ourselves, talking to other people coming from other sectors, it's going to be very difficult to persuade them to change their development plans or their proposed projects that might have an impact on the heritage site itself. So we also wanted to challenge the idea of development being bad. Obviously, development, as we say, can take on many different forms, and that the way that we have been developing in the past throughout history, it's really manifests our cultural expressions and practice and all the different reasons that we value things and live in a certain way. And that this kind of element always needs to be considered within the different types of development that we are being faced with. And perhaps it's our job also to then really replace back culture as a constitutive part of development. And that when we talk about development and heritage protection, it's never one or the other. It's actually two things that are at the same end. We want development that respects cultural heritage. We want development that respects heritage and history and the way that we live, and that it doesn't have to be an either-or decision. And there are different ways of developing, not only the set ways that we are accustomed to taking decisions upon. And this is one of those concepts that we really need to perhaps start off with. And for this, I credit my former colleague, Gamini Wijesurya, who was there at ICROM before, where by the heritage discourse itself, and you've seen it with the multiple examples that Gwenal has presented, is that the concept of what we understand as heritage has also changed. It's continuously expanded, and the way that we actually see our mission as heritage practitioners have also expanded from just conservation to the wider set of management, and that the fabric and material-based approach are now developing into values-based approaches of understanding why this place is important, but also talking about people-centered approaches and understanding that different people may value the same site for different reasons, and that it's not for us to say what are we actually going to take away, but actually being able to create a platform and a way of approach that will recognize that there are differences and see how we can actually negotiate between them to get better results of heritage management. And this is a particularly important part to recognize, because a lot of our legislations and a lot of our formative actions that we can base ourselves on are still in that area of recognizing just monuments and sites. Our legal systems or administrative processes are not necessarily very well equipped to talk about heritage management or actually to embrace values-based or people-centered approaches, and that it's not just about managing one site particularly well, but also talking about how to improve our institutional systems, how to expand our legal frameworks in order to be able to practice these in a more holistic way. Because heritage obviously exists in multiple different contexts. It doesn't exist just within a boundary or within the walls of that particular place, but it really exists within its management environment of how we actually establish laws and regulations and actually input resources. But it's also a part of the social environment of all the people living around it, with the human and built environment, and also very much part and parcel of the natural environment as well. So the heritage place really needs to be understood in context with all of these different vectors existing within, and then us focusing on, so what is going to be our action to actually protect it. And in a way, the guidance and toolkit for impact assessments is very much based on these ideas. Whereas the guidance will not tell you whether one action is good or bad. That can never be done in a quite concrete way. But it's really just outlining out a process that you could take. And it's more of a thinking process. It's more of an evaluation process that can be adopted and applied to many different situations, whether you're dealing with big or small development projects. And it takes on specific different steps of assessing the potential impacts of a proposed action and how best it is to undertake them when you're dealing in a heritage environment. And we really wanted to move away from the notion of saying that it is either that we accept the development or we decline. There are so many other options. There are multiple different ways of innovative, creative powers to come in within the development, and especially with infrastructure or building developments, the devil lies in the details. It's not about saying yes to a shopping mall, but it's about considering what kind of shopping mall and how is it going to be designed and placed where and used by whom, and how does it actually justify the needs of the people that are actually living and will be using that facility. So there are many different contexts that we need to be much better at as heritage practitioners to be able to talk and discuss these issues together with other sectors. And it's a think before you act concept. We need to go through the process before things happen on the ground and before even that they are completely planned. Because the earlier you get to the table, the more options you have to take. You're not just forced to talk about yes or no. You can actually say, okay, I can accept it on the condition that these things are met. These requirements are met. I can accept it if we can move the location. I can accept it if we can downsize the entire scope. There are many different options that we can take if we are there at the table at the very early stages, rather than being just presented with a couple of options at the very end. And that the process of the impact assessment is not really to assess there are impacts and then say, yes, there are impacts, or no, there aren't impacts. It's really to redesign the development project so that the development itself actually then contributes to both the development needs, but also to the heritage needs. And it really is just asking for different, very simple but crucial questions. We need to question whether that development is necessary. Is there a need or a demand? And how can it be done? How should it be done? There are different modes or processes. If there is a need for increased traffic connections, how can it be done? Can it be done through a train line? Can it be done through a bus line? Can it be done through a construction of a highway? Or can it be done through different establishments of smaller roads? And then talking about different options of where it should go, the location aspects, perhaps the most talked about option in terms of impact assessments. And then once these bigger sort of questions have been addressed, you have to really go into the details of the project and talk about when and in what form can and should this project take place. And this is where the detail really matters, and where we can actually think about different options to take. And in the case of World Heritage, because we're talking about outstanding universal value, states parties take an enormous amount of time to say that this place is special, this place is unique. It is the only place in this world that expresses these values in this way. And obviously, these values are going to be different for each and every World Heritage site that is inscribed on the list. Therefore, the assessment itself also needs to be unique and tailor-made to those outstanding universal value. There is no rule of thumb that can say, oh, for this type of development, of course, you can go ahead. Or for this type of World Heritage, that type of development is always okay. There is no given standard or a regulation, let's say, but it really needs to be a case-by-case consideration of the potential impacts on outstanding universal value. And we can't do that until we actually know what are the attributes that we are dealing with. And the outstanding universal value, as we have repeatedly seen in many different slides, is that it's not just about the criteria or about the integrity and authenticity, but it's also about the protection and management actions that is committed by the state party. So the undertaking of impact assessments to deal with possible changes and development, this is also within the responsibility of the state party to be able to harness, to be able to really protect OUV. And again, it's the expression of why and then what it is that we're going to protect. And as Spela said, it was never easy, because these whys and whats are also then intertwined with various different functions and environments that we're placed with, and perhaps with the 20th century architecture more so than any other types of heritage, because mainly we're dealing with urban environments where people are still living and daily lives need to continue on. And it is within this sort of spectrum of different actions within the city environment that we really need to place heritage within the agenda of other planning sectors, social sectors, with infrastructure, transport sectors, and why when we're talking about impact assessments for heritage, it's not enough to just get heritage people in the room, but we really need to get all these other people in the room together so that they acknowledge that they also need to consider heritage needs. And again, it's not just about the action itself. It's when the action, whether it be a road or whether it be a dam or whether it be a train station, it's not the aspect of the train station being there, but it's the aspect of the train station then meeting one of the attributes of the World Heritage Site, which would then create different ranges of impact. And this is why an impact assessment needs to be considered whether or not the proposed development is within a World Heritage Site or even beyond the boundaries of the buffer zone. Because if I'm connected through a river, which is so important as part of the attribute of the World Heritage Site, but then a dam is being built about 200 kilometers upstream, which is going to significantly impact the river flow in my specific site. Obviously, it's not within the property boundaries, but it is going to create an impact on my site, of one of my attributes of my site. So it's really important to understand that when we're talking about impacts, it's something potential that will arise from the attribute meeting an action. And that really gives us the whole idea of saying that it's the area of influence of the project that we really need to be thinking about. And we need to think outside of the box in this case. We're used to our own boundaries. We can operate within our boundaries of the designated site or perhaps the buffer zone. But then we also have to be prepared for things that will happen outside of our boundaries that will have an influence and impact on the heritage that we are supposed to be managing. And obviously, I'm going to go through very briefly about different steps of the processes. But when we're doing an impact assessment, it's so important that you commission it out with the full attention placed on the heritage values. One of the reasons that the term heritage impact assessments was sort of coined and created as a special process was precisely because there was the observation that within environmental impact assessments, heritage was not being properly considered. It wasn't being properly considered for the values that they were that they had, nor the attributes that they really needed to protect. So the baseline of all impact assessments regarding heritage needs to start out from what we have. We need to be able to explain, this is the baseline. This is why this place is important. These are the elements that we absolutely need to protect. This is the policy context and the legislations that operate for the protection of this heritage. And then we go on to understand what is the project, what is the proposed development, and how does that interact with the heritage conditions. And that can only be done if those people who are actually undertaking the assessment fully understand what the heritage is about and how that can be applied to the impact assessment process. So this is just a very quick skim of what needs to be included in a scoping document that can be used for commissioning out new new projects. But then again, this was one of the documents that we used during the course, where we tried to understand what are the values of Ljubljana and what are the attributes. And as easy as it sounds, the text of the Statement of Outstanding Universal Value is quite complicated. And it's very difficult, even for us as heritage people, to then pull out what are the most important points of this document, of this narrative. And if we can't understand it and explain it like that, there's no way that an infrastructure, transport developer, or a shopping mall developer is going to be able to understand the statement. We need to repackage it as well in a way that can be useful for other people to understand and grasp it and make it into a slightly more usable form. And in that sense, there comes different ways of tabulating the results. And also the case from Le Corbusier is actually very, very useful to understand how are these different attributes corresponding to the different values. But then again, when we're talking about heritage and heritage values, there are other values as well. It's not just outstanding universal value that we're talking about, especially in a living context. There needs to be consideration about the different areas of values and perhaps local values and indigenous people's values that we need to respect, even though they may not be recognized at the same level of OUV. All the same, they need to be considered as the full package of the heritage place that we're dealing with. And that way we are better equipped to defend ourselves from any proposed development. And in this whole exercise of understanding values, it's so important to take on perspectives of the wider stakeholder range, of the wider actors. Because, as we said, and as we go into the areas of recent history, of our contemporary times, especially with 20th century, it's going to bound to involve a lot of different people who have been associated with the site in different contexts. It's not just going to be an academic exercise per se, with experts. And that being able to have significant ways of capturing their inputs and contributions into the decision-making process is absolutely crucial. And it can take on different modalities. There are ways of disseminating information to the larger public. There can be different consultation methods. There can be ways moving a little bit forward to say that we want to involve the community a little bit more, or we can actually collaborate with them with strategic alliances, and where communities actually formulate associations that would defend themselves and actually promote their own part of the work. But then there can also be empowerment where the community is actually leading some of the instances of impact assessment, albeit this instance as of yet is reserved, perhaps has been limited to indigenous communities that we've seen perhaps in Australia or New Zealand, where the indigenous communities are actually taking on the lead of commissioning different impact assessments. All the same, all these different methods need to be applied. It's not to say that one way is always better than the other. Sometimes you need to have the mass, public mass, actually understanding the full extent of what kind of information that they are getting before you actually go to collaboration or involvement of different people. And that the impact assessment needs to be considered as all the different inputs coming into one place. This is to say that you can't do an impact assessment on just one project, say it's okay, and then there'll be a series of different projects all adding pressure onto the same site. There are going to be cumulative impacts, and these need to be considered in a holistic way where it's actually impacting all of these different parts of the place, including the heritage. And that when we go through the different stages of assessing the impacts, sometimes it's not, actually many times it's not when the whole construction is finished and the planned development is in operation. It's mostly at the stages of construction that most of the damage is done to the heritage. So we really need to be focused about what kind of impacts will be there during the stages of construction, during the stages of operation, and perhaps during the stages of decommissioning, especially when we're dealing with renewable energy facilities, because they have a limited lifespan. And to be able to gauge out different options of the proposed actions and have the possibility to predict what kind of good impacts, positive or negative, can come out. There are many different prompt questions, which I will not go through in detail in this presentation, but we have the wonderful guidance now out published, so you can read that. But that really tries to nail down the different aspects that we need to be aware about when we're dealing with impact assessments, about frequency, about reversibility, about the extent and the direction and duration and likelihood. And there are presentations of different tools, simple tables, but that gives you the possibility to engage in a mental exercise to break down the elements of the project, to place them in a simple table that would make you mechanically go through assessing different impacts and to what degree is that actually going to affect the heritage. And once you've assessed, you need to come up with ways to mitigate and ways to overcome those negative impacts. And obviously, whereas in the EIA world, sometimes offsetting is considered as an option within the whole scope of the World Heritage Convention, where outstanding universal value is irreplaceable and you can't actually offset it by suggesting a different site somewhere else, it's not an option to be considered. But there's always the option of a no-go, that the development does not take place, even before we go into the details of saying, but how would we do it? Where would we put it? And so on. And really, the idea is to, once we've done that whole table of analyzing the impacts, is to then consider, okay, so we seem to have a lot of noise pollution being emitted from this proposed development. How do we avoid it? How do we avoid the noise pollutions? If not, how do we reduce it to an amount that everybody can be happy with, so that perhaps birds won't fly away? And is there any way to actually enhance the project itself, to make the project even go one step further and be better for us as a society, but also for heritage? And once these mitigation measures are identified, of course, they also need to go through the process again of being assessed, whether it's actually suitable on all different aspects of the project and of the heritage. And the impact assessment is not necessarily for the sake of doing an impact assessment. It's really to then take a decision on it. It needs to be reflected into making what kind of decision is needed for that proposed development, and also for answering the requirements and the requests coming from the international community, namely the World Heritage Committee. And for this, you really need to make sure that it's reviewed by the all right people, as large a number of reviewers as possible who can look at it from various different angles. Sometimes an impact assessment is done and the project is a good to go kind of thing, gets the tick. But then a DRM specialist comes in and says, actually, this is a very earthquake prone area and it's not appropriate. And it really pays off to have that large range of reviews coming in at the stage to make sure that you're actually answering all the different questions. And then, of course, you need to make the decision. Are we going to do the development or not? And this is where the state party initiative is so important. And again, this isn't a decision that the international community can make for the state party. This is the state party decision that they would like to take in regards to it. And of course, the reason why we have sort of merged together impact assessments with EIAs is because we understand that there are legal obligations. Nowadays, people sue if the certain requirements are not met, and the heritage authorities are constantly opposed with whether they have jurisdiction to talk about this development or not. All of the countries within Europe actually are already equipped with EIA laws, and within the environmental impact assessment legislations, the term environment, the way that it's defined, includes heritage. And we all have the legal basis to conduct impact assessments that consider the values and attributes of heritage itself. So it's really just to say that impact assessment is a tool that can help and improve the planning process and make better decisions for us mutually. And that human minds are not just built for culture, but they're built by culture. So by taking on this experience of this methodology of thinking about what we're doing, because I would like to actually quote my dear Director General, who always says that heritage is about today and not about the past or tomorrow, and that it's actually us making what's happening today. I have a series of slides that talk about management as a whole, because, as I said, assessing impacts on individual projects is not necessarily always very useful because they all come in bits and pieces. And perhaps one of the better ways to actually take into account World Heritage and the bigger sort of planning sphere is to then think about different ways of adopting strategic environmental assessments. And this goes very much hand in hand with planning laws, planning legislations, and how much influence that the city or municipal governments or the regional governments have in terms of dictating what they want as a future as for their development programs and plans. And there can be different ways of establishing it, obviously inserting it into the EIA law of your own country, but also actually establishing a separate law, legislation about heritage, both natural and cultural, or actually having specific World Heritage impact assessment legislation, which we can see in the cases of various different countries. So there are multiple ways of going about it to use as justification for actually activating the impact assessment process. And we always get questions about, so who can do this? Who are the ones actually qualified? And ECROM as an organization, we've always tried to refrain from the use of the word experts, because and we try to say we're all resource people, we all have something to share and to contribute to the processes. But at the same time, the role of the experts is very important, especially in impact assessments. As much as we also value the community involvement, the way that we understand the attributes and values, unless we can actually identify it concretely from the onset, as you can see from this example where only 12 birds were identified, but with the employment of the right kind of expert, suddenly they found 121 bird species within the same 2 hours. It's actually knowing who to involve in that context. If you are in a legal battle, you need to employ a lawyer. If you're in an administrative quandary, you need to have an administrative specialist. If you're dealing with a ship port, cruise ship port, you need marine engineers to come into the process. It's not just about heritage experts, but it's also about employing experts who know about the proposal development. And that strategic environmental assessments can influence and perhaps reduce the number of impact assessments that we conduct on individual levels of projects itself. Just want to close off with one other toolkit that we come to, because when we talk about strategic environmental assessments, it's really to do with planning and management. And it has to do with how we understand our job as managers, not just about conservation of a specific brick or a building, but really about what are we managing and what are the conditions of our management. And this, I have to credit the government of Switzerland, actually, for contributing to the revision of the Enhancing Our Heritage Toolkit, where it's a toolkit to diagnose what areas are we doing well and what areas are we not doing so well. What are the gaps? How can we improve our practices of management? And especially in terms of the governance arrangements or the legal and regulatory customary frameworks, there are different questions and worksheets designed to make you look back and review what your working environments are and to see if there are better ways of improving that system altogether. So it's a series of worksheets where it's a self-assessment worksheet, and it's also tied in with the periodic reporting questionnaires. So as soon as you actually go through the questionnaires and you identify the larger areas of work that you need on, it might actually help to go into this toolkit and go through the different sort of questions that would guide you through different management processes. But with that, I would close, and thank you very much.
Hvala. Thank you, Eugene. I think that we feel the gravity of the issues now coming. So we want to really open up maybe a series of comments or questions from the audience. I know that it was a lot to take in. We were setting the stage maybe for the second part, which will be devoted to the presentation of certain cases, but you will understand why we ask the lecturers to come, because we will talk about the planning phase, which we see also from our own practice, maybe at the directorate, is quite a crucial one, even if we're talking about the single building that is being renovated or rehabilitated or reused or something, or especially with some new developments, this planning phase, as early as you can get in, like Eugene said, seems really to be crucial. And this is where also the heritage practitioners are really put under pressure of being, like you said, cornered to saying yes or no, which is of course not the option that we prefer. So thank you, Eugene, for also for also showing how it's important to look at the larger context. But that can be quite daunting, because you have to focus on some of the issues that are identified. So that's why we need methodologies, that's why we need tools, that's why we need guidance, and that's why we also need exchanges with colleagues, and maybe the reassurance that we're not alone, that we can reach out to someone, that also the World Heritage Center, the ABs, the professional association know that they have to come to us. They have to. So it's a two-way process in a sense. So this is also very important, and of course the impact assessment, which was the intended focus before we went a bit beyond, is of course part of the management, and this is what ICROM is really advocating for. And also in this, how they're called, World Heritage Site forums that also accompany the committee sessions, and that our colleagues are regularly attending. These are really very, very helpful events to bring in. I'm afraid that about the change, we are mostly talking about energy nowadays, and this is a hot topic all across Europe, and this is where we are really sometimes put in the corner, but this is something that we again share, and this is where maybe the World Heritage context, as being the exemplary, let's say, heritage, helps us to bring about the principles and to employ the language that really uses the assessment discourse rather than saying yes or no just in general, because this doesn't go anywhere. And finally, it was important also to note that there are, of course, positive and negative impacts. So we are always, when we're talking about impacts, we immediately think of the disruption of the. So there are positive impacts, and rarely there are fully positive and fully negative. So things are really complex and complicated in that sense. So it's good to have both perspectives. But yes, down to earth, it's the reality of legislation that actually allows us how to move about, but it also gives us a certain amount of flexibility. So also why we are fighting for all the wordings in the documents that our colleagues think, it's just hours and hours and hours about one term and going about and putting the commas and putting. So this is what actually helps us to do actions, concrete actions that we need. So also this encryptic world of conventions, guidance that helps us in the end to do our daily job, to put it simply. Okay, so now I think I need some volunteers or some brave participants to have some comments maybe in this first part before we close. I think the oxygen in the room is gone. So so that's why I will maybe ask you to maybe have your comments with you, to maybe reflect on them and come back with a whole list of questions for the closing discussion. We will now invite you it's a lunch break is on the program. We're not offering lunch, we're offering sandwiches and some refreshments. We hope it's good enough, and take some air and come back sharply at 1:30, please, because we will start with the second part of today's symposium. So thank you for now. Enjoy the break, and please see you back in 1 hour and something. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Lep pozdrav vsem skupaj. Upam, da ste se malo nadihali in da ste zabeležili vsa vprašanja, ki ste jih v tej pauzi domislili. So, dear colleagues, we are starting the second part now. Hope you had a good break. So, the second part has the title Exchange of Practices and Experiences, International Examples. And we are very, very pleased that our colleagues are here to tell us a little bit about what they're doing in their respective countries, and to also have first an overview which is complementing what we heard in the morning. So the first lecture is going to be Nicholas Clark. Representing ICOMOS. But Nicholas J. Clark is an architect, academic, and the director of Heritage Futures, a built heritage consultancy based in the Netherlands. So several hats. This is what we like always, bringing in different experiences. He obtained his professional degree from the University of Pretoria in South Africa and continued his studies at Cambridge University in the United Kingdom, and defended his doctoral dissertation at the Delft University of Technology in the Netherlands. He has worked in practice in South Africa, the UK, and the Netherlands, and has also taught at the University of Pretoria and at the Delft University of Technology. His publications include award-winning publications on architectural heritage and conservation, focusing on shared heritage, resilience, and sustainable development. His architectural practice includes restoration, reuse, and impact assessment, with a specific focus on the interface of heritage and sustainable development. He's a recipient of the Pretoria Institute for Architecture's President Award for his contribution to conservation. Nicholas is active in ICOMOS, International World Heritage Processes, with a focus on monitoring state of conservation, the famous SOC, impact assessment and urban management processes, systems and plans. Since 2013, he has undertaken numerous reactive monitoring and advisory missions on behalf of ICOMOS to multiple cultural World Heritage properties located on various continents. So we are very curious to hear the lecture and see the presentation on bridging policy and practice. So please, Nicholas.
Thank you very much, Bella. And that was a good lesson for me to not just copy and paste bios, because they might be read out loud. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can all hear me well. I have been assigned the difficult task of keeping you all awake after lunch. I hope for my sake that you've all had coffee. Which would make my life easier. Now, we've already had 3 excellent speakers this morning, and I would like to remind you of some of the things that were said during the morning session. Now, Spella, you said this morning that when you were doing the nomination for this property, that you felt like you were inventing something. Alessandro, you continuously spoke of evolution of the convention and the tools. And Gonel, you also used the word evolution quite a lot. I didn't write down how many times you did that, but it was quite interesting for me to hear these specific words as part of the discussions. Now, my presentation today, I brought too many slides. So if someone would please tell me when my time is up, otherwise I would carry on all afternoon. The title sounds quite big, but I'm going to try to break it down. And I've structured this lecture on a number of propositions. These, I have to say, are propositions that I thought out. These are statements that of lessons that I've learned about impact assessment, and specifically impact assessment in the World Heritage context. So maybe I should start immediately. Just a bit more about myself. I've had a big introduction, far too big for who I am, but just to say that my first foray into the World Heritage world was actually 2011, when with Flemish Funds in Trust money, we were asked with my former boss, Professor Karel Bakker, to undertake a mapping of the public open space in Stone Town of Zanzibar. Now, this is a property that I've been involved with for some time now, and it will come back in the narrative as well. But this, for me, was my first opening into this very strange and unique world of World Heritage, where the normal rules of nature don't seem to apply. And where somehow we also seem to be, no, I won't say that. I will, that might be compromising. What I'd also like to recall is that impact assessment is actually something that predates the World Heritage implementation in the World Heritage system. My own country, South Africa, on paper, has a very good set of conservation legislations. The one is the National Environmental Management Act of 1998, which mandates environmental impact assessments, which also includes heritage components. In 1999, heritage impact assessments became mandatory for certain developments, and even the content of what such an impact assessment should cover is already noted. And in 1999 as well, South Africa adopted the World Heritage Act, which actually embeds World Heritage management, integrated management, as well as the operational guidelines into South African national legislation. Through that process, I, as a practitioner in South Africa, undertook quite a number of impact assessments, but my real, call it, engagement in impact assessment thinking came through the World Heritage processes. And I'm very pleased that I could contribute in a very small way to reviewing the excellent new impact assessment guidance. Right, so here we are, and we are celebrating not only the architecture of Plečnik, we're celebrating not only 50 years past of the World Heritage Convention, but we're also celebrating the next 50 years, I hope. But we're also celebrating being together here as people who are passionate about natural and cultural heritage, believe that this heritage, sorry, I should stand back a bit, believe that this heritage should have a future, and also believe that in order to give it a future, we need to now make sure that systems are in place that guarantee that future. But because it's 50 years, I'm also going to digress a bit from my topic. And my first statement is not my own, it's from Aristotle. And it says, for the things we have to learn before we can do them, we learn by doing them. And that, I think, goes back to your statement that you felt like you were inventing as you carried on. So when we look at the convention itself, first signed in 1972, as we all know, there have been some highlights, and the central image, I think, is becoming quite emblematic in the World Heritage context. This is the Okavango Delta, inscribed in 2014 as the 1000th World Heritage property. And today, in 2022, we can celebrate the 50th anniversary. We also know that we are growing the system, and looking at the very first operational guidelines from 77, we see that the operational guidelines have grown from being about nominations and international assistance, and they have grown in their focus to look more and more at conservation and management. And I found it quite interesting that Alexandro today, this morning, when speaking about nominations, you actually spoke about conservation and management, because this is where the real world work lies. And looking back at these operational guidelines from 77, we start to understand what the underlying ideas were that created the system. And a sentence like the one I highlighted would today feel out of place in the rather bureaucratic operational guidelines that we need to conserve, because heritage is irreplaceable and any loss or serious impairment of that heritage is a tragedy. So this is language that really appeals to me, which might not be so at home in a bureaucratic system, but I think that this goes to the heart of the matter, that we all feel that this heritage needs to be conserved, because the loss of it would be a tragedy. Right. So we have gone from nominations, international assistance, which of course is about avoiding tragedy, to looking at conservation and management, in which the highlights, I think, are that we have tightened our understanding of how to define outstanding universal value. We have implemented boundaries and buffer zones to try to understand what we are conserving as a sites-based convention, and we have tried to enforce and grow how we understand management systems. And I think one of probably the biggest milestones, which is not always celebrated, is 2019. Now, as I've said, heritage impact assessment has a long history. We know that the operational guidelines, the first mention of impact assessment comes in 2011, when paragraph 110 was augmented with that one little sentence that says, impact assessments for proposed interventions are essential for Old World Heritage properties. That is after the ICOMOS guidance had been published. So middle of the year in 2011, ICOMOS published the guidance in January 2011, and IUCN followed with their guidance soon thereafter. The other milestone is 2019, paragraph 118 bis, of which you can see a small section there. I've not copied the whole paragraph, but it basically says that impact assessments are prerequisite for development project and activities. It doesn't say prerequisite for development projects and activities that might have a negative impact. It says a prerequisite for development proposals. Okay, because this actually says you need to do the assessment before you know what the impact will be. Right. And of course, I think Eugene did an excellent job to tell us how this learning system is actually growing over time. The self-learning system and the new guidance and toolkit is another step in that process of learning. So that was a bit about the background, and then the statement of the day. Impact assessment is easy. Everyone does it. And it really is so, and I'm going to illustrate that to you right now. This is the Shibayu Square crossing. And what I see on this image is, well, I wouldn't say hundreds, but many, many people doing impact assessments. Don't you think? There are people walking down the street constantly assessing what the consequence would be of their actions. Now, of course, there are rules and regulations that help you avoid impact, such as traffic lights, which tell you when it's safe to walk and when it's not safe to walk, crossings which are indicated, but you also see that people might do things that don't fall within the management system that has been created. So that person is doing their own impact assessment as they walk down the street. I'm going to illustrate it in another way. So this is the street in front of my office, and some of you might have seen this image because I've used it before. If I have to cross the street, every time I cross the street, I was learned from a very young age. In South Africa, we first look left, then right, then left again, and then we cross the street. That's the cautionary approach. And that's what we all do when we cross the street. And we also have protocols in mind. We need to first understand what we are assessing. We are not trying to assess, well, if we were to focus on that bird as a potential activity that might impact us, we're not going to see the car. And we know that there are all kinds of information sources all about, but they might not be relevant to the situation that we're dealing with at the moment, which is the potential impact of that car on me crossing the street. But otherwise, there's also the reverse impact. I also need to take into consideration what the impact on that person might be of my activity. And vice versa, the person in the car has a whole number of rules that they need to follow to reduce the potential risk of impact on me, including driving, in this case, on the right-hand side of the road, switching on their lights when it's dark. Otherwise, I cannot see whether there's going to be a negative impact. So it is a system of mutuality in which all stakeholders have responsibilities. And I think this is a very important principle to understand. Impact assessment is easy. We all do it. But we need to do it right. Otherwise, we'll get into trouble. My third statement, and I might be going through this far too quickly, Spela. is there's more to impact assessment than meets the eye. Now, I've just said it's very easy, and I've just shown you an example where it's all about visual, looking at the visuals, but in fact, this is one of the biggest challenges I see, that when it comes to impact assessment, we often cannot see the wood for the trees, because we cannot see the whole context, but also we are only thinking in the way in which our communication works, and that is visual. And I'm going to start with some examples. Now, I'm going to be presenting some impact assessments today. I'm not going to go into detail. We don't have time. I've chosen for the very shallow cream on top instead of the taste of the milk. To use a very strange expression I've just invented myself. And all of these impact assessments that I'm showing you today are either something that's historical or are in the public realm. So these are not impact assessments which are currently, or the information I'm sharing is not of impact assessments that are currently under discussion. They might be of projects that are currently under discussion. So there's more to impact assessment than meets the eye. Now, I'm going to start with an example that's not an impact assessment example, but is, I think, a very good one. And that is, we go all the way to North Africa. You might all know which place we're at the moment. You might, I'm not sure. I think it's one of the iconic World Heritage properties. You know, in World Heritage, all World Heritage is equal, but some is more equal than others. So in this case, we have here the Pyramid of Cheops, and behind it, the Museum for the Solar Boat, or the container for the solar boat that was built there behind the pyramid. Now, I had the great privilege of going to Gizeh this year, a couple of months ago, and I've heard so many people complaining about the visual impact of that structure right next to the pyramid. I even know of professors who've put this on the cover of books about what the capacity for change of heritage properties are. So I went there, and to my great shock and pleasant surprise, I must add, I saw that they'd demolished it. Now, the reason it was demolished might not be the reason you think. Well, firstly, the main reason, the demolition was made possible by the construction of the new Museum of Egyptian Civilization, where the boat was taken to. But this is not the reason for the demolition of the structure. The reason for the demolition of the structure is also not the visual impact, but the fact that by the construction of this building over here, the wind was being tunneled through here, and you can see here the erosion that was taking place on the side of the pyramid. So even though everyone was up in arms about the fact that this thing was ugly, right? This is what we can see, this is how we communicate. The real impact was actually something totally different on the integrity of the site. Okay, so that I think is a very important principle to remember, but I'll show you another one. And this is the first impact assessment I'll quickly discuss with you. I promised Zanzibar would come back in the presentation. So here we are, back in Zanzibar. Over here we've got Shangani Point with their, now I've suddenly forgotten the name, Kelele Square over here. That, for those of you who know Zanzibar, is the House of Wonders, and the property runs along like that, and all the way through there, and off the photograph, and back again. Now, many years ago, there was a proposal. Well, now how am I going to tell this narrative? Okay, so over here, there's a building, and it's called the Mambumsige. And the Mambumsige is one of the big, great palaces of Zanzibar. It was also, at one point in time, the English consulate. Stanley, the explorer who went to find Livingstone up in so-called deep, dark Africa, stayed in the top of this building, in the room. The Ordnance Survey for East Africa, so the point in which the survey of the East African coast was undertaken, the survey point is on the roof of the structure, but later it also became the registry, where people would go to register births and deaths. So it's a building which had a very deep, I should say, because it's still there, a deep and multifaceted history. And the state party, at one point in history, leased the building to a hotelier to develop as a hotel. Now, what I should also add is that this area over here has historically always been a green space in Zanzibar. It was also protected as a green space in the management plan of Stone Town over there. And the property that was leased to the hotelier actually eroded or kind of went in to that green space. What I should also mention is that this beach in front of the Mambo Msige used to house the annual regatta. So it's a place where annually people would come together, there'd be sailing competitions, this would be a great festival day in Zanzibar. So it was also not just a place where people could, it's a very dense city, could come out and breathe. This beach was also a very important social gathering space in what is a very densely built up, very hard urban environment. In 2011, I think it was, the World Heritage Committee requested, or 2010, don't quote me on the dates, requested an impact assessment be undertaken. This was undertaken by Karel Bakker and Georgia Bungu. And we could imagine, if you see the proposal on the right-hand side for the new hotel, and you see the original building on the left-hand side, the photo of the original building on the left-hand side, we could imagine that there could be potential visual impacts. Right. And of course there are. You could also see how the streetscape has been altered through the construction of the building. But when we read the HIA actually condemned the project, saying the proposal was fatally flawed, and stated that the impact was actually predominantly on the intangible and living heritage of the property. Yes, the building would be restored, which was actually adaptively reused with quite heavy adaptations, but said that the OUV of Stone Town will only survive if it is sustained by living culture. This is a very important statement. And by constructing this hotel, the social environment in Stone Town is affected, and the development in its current format diminishes historically public open space, access to historically significant assets, and restricts free ritual and social practices. I think that's a very important one to remember, to tie into your ear. So we can see here that impact assessment is not just about the visuals, and that is something that I have become quite aware of, that often when speaking of impact, we think only of those visual impacts that a potential development might have, both in the positive and in the negative sense. So when we look at another very famous case, and I'm sure Adela can tell me much more about this than I can, because I only know it from a third hand, is Villa Adriana in Tivoli, the villa that Hadrian had built for himself. It was actually not a villa, it was kind of a model universal city located in a bucolic landscape. And that was why, when there was a proposal for development very close to the property, and I've not drawn in the exact boundaries of the property and the buffer zone, that there was a question about what the impact of this might be on Villa Adriana and its OUV. So there was an impact assessment done by Instead Heritage, a very famous impact assessment by now. Those of you who have attended lectures by UNESCO, ICOMOS, ICROM, I think this is another one of those iconic images it's become, because it had a very certain consequence. But in this case as well, you can see here the proximity. Those white blotches over there, I think, are very interesting, because those are travertine quarries. So that's historic stone quarries which are still operating at the moment. And you could also ask yourself how those two relate to each other. But this impact assessment concluded that the development project, this was a project for urbanization of the area. It would lead to the construction of 120,000 cubic meters of housing. Now, I'm an architect, and even 120 cubic meters of housing, I have great difficulty in understanding what that means in terms of volume and size, but I could calculate it. But it said, and the conclusion was that there would be large negative impact on the OUV because the development project would disrupt the relationship of the property with the landscape which surrounds it. So here, yes, there were visual impacts, but the real impact actually lies in the relationship between the property and its landscape, which has a visual component, but is especially a spatial component. So here, once again, it's not just the visuals that matter, but also the other relationship aspects of the property. It's also about the experience of the property, to be able to understand the OUV as it was defined. So, my fourth point. I'm really running through this very fast. It's fine. Okay. I'm going through this very fast because it's a journey. Impact assessment is a journey. And in order to get somewhere, if you want to go very, there's an African, I think it's an African saying, it's one of these things that float around nowadays. If you want to go far, go slow. I think that's a very important lesson. And with impact assessment, we always need to want to go far. So it's a journey and we need to take our time. I think this is also a very important message to get out to stakeholders, that impact assessment is not something that's done in a week's time. And it's a process that requires time. Now, Eugene has already shown you this image. It's from the new guidance document, and it was developed in the World Heritage Leadership Program, which is funded by the Norwegian government. And you can see that there are little arrows over here. If I were to change this diagram slightly, if I may, Eugene, I would have somewhere over here, but actually you did it earlier today, drawn in another arrow here to show the iterative process that's required. Because we need to start here, yes, with screening and scoping. And by the way, a screening is also in itself an impact assessment, because you're already deciding whether there's potential impact or not. So you're assessing whether, well, I could also call this a risk assessment, really, because you're assessing whether there's a risk of impact or not. So you're already looking up and down the street to see whether there's any traffic coming. If there's no traffic coming, there's no risk, you cross. If there is traffic coming, then you start the impact assessment process. Okay. But when it comes to the process, so it's drawn as a linear process, but actually there are continuous little iterative processes that continuously should be taken, which is why impact assessment is a journey. It's a journey with many paths leading from it, and we need to make sure we choose the right path so that that we reach the right end of the road. And with all impact assessment processes, or with all journeys, the earlier you start, the more likely you'll meet your destiny, as a rule of thumb. In this case, and I've brought the tombs of the Joseon dynasty along because this is an actual project and problem at the moment. It's a serial property with quite a number of tombs throughout South Korea. And there is housing construction like all over the world. We saw today that housing, urban development is one of the factors that is currently endangering the OUV of many World Heritage properties. This development over here, which you see in the image over there, is outside the property, which is the tomb over here. It's outside the buffer zone. It's in the setting of the property. And you can see here how dramatically the impact, and in this case it's visual, but it's also spiritual, because the relationship with the natural landscape is a very important part of the OUV of this property. That even though a development is outside the buffer zone in the setting, it can have a huge impact. Now, I'm not going to go into the details of this case because it's very complicated. And as Eugene pointed out, lawsuits can lead to quagmire and don't always lead to clear alternatives for the future. But you can see here how if the impact assessment process had been started early on, and there's no talk, as far as I know, at this point in time of an impact assessment process. But if someone had early on highlighted the potential negative impacts, this situation could have been avoided. And of course, when it comes to impact, like Eugene said, avoidance should be our main aim. So here, once again, it's not just about the visuals, but also about starting early. Get going at the crack of dawn, as they say in English. Another case, which has already been mentioned today, is the historic city of Vienna in Austria. Now, speaking here in Ljubljana, I'm sure I don't need to introduce Vienna to you. I'm sure you are familiar with the city, with its medieval and Baroque qualities, that it is almost like a baked egg, if you look at it. you've got the medieval city centre, you've got the glacis surrounding it, and you can see the evolution of the city over time, with some exceptions, because of course there are the palaces, like the Belvedere Palace, which is located outside the city with a view across the city. And that is exactly where the challenge lies. Now, this is a famous case. It's also a contentious case at this point in time. And I'm speaking, as I've said earlier, I think, once again, these are my own experiences. And I should say in this case specifically, I do not represent necessarily the view of ICOMOS on this project. So in Vienna was inscribed on quite a number of criteria, including criterion 6. And criterion 6, I'm going to try this. Can everyone still hear me? Because then it might not give the, especially criterion 6. And criterion 6 relates to Vienna as the city of music. Of course, we've got the Viennese waltzes, but we also have, fortunately, Brahms and Beethoven, etc., not just the Strausses. And the place you see here is the Heumarkt. So it's the former Haymarket, located in the glacis, so the first ring around the city. And it also houses now, for more than 100 years, the skating club of Vienna, where annually in December there is kind of people go waltzing on music, which is part of this musical tradition which makes Vienna the center of music in Europe. There was a development long before its inscription on the World Heritage List here of a hotel, and that building over there is a concert building, which is still operating. So it's also part of criterion, or supports criterion 6 as an important attribute. You all know, I'm sure, that there's a project proposal for that site. To give you a bit more context, here's our fried egg, with the egg yellow over here, the World Heritage property, and the egg white around being the buffer zone. Now, this cook broke the egg yellow because the egg yellow has flown out a bit. And up here, we've got the Belvedere, the upper Belvedere. Down there, the lower Belvedere. This is the that's not the Stadtpark. This is the Stadtpark, the city park, and that is where the Heumarkt is, right over there. An important part of the application of criterion 2 is this idea of this concentric city, with right in the center St. Stephen's Cathedral. So when the city was developed over time, the spire, which is located over here somewhere, was a very important marker in the landscape. And the Upper Belvedere Palace over here was actually constructed in such a manner that from here you saw the spire, and you saw all the spires of the city, but also the point over there where the Danube comes around the mountains and flows across the landscape. So it was a very carefully selected site, and it's a very important Baroque axis in the city, which is part of its OUV. Now, and I realized later that this is not the right image. This is a later image. There was an architectural competition for the site in 2014. The competition that won the competition presented a new hotel building with conference facilities, etc., and was slightly taller than this one now. Now, this is a competition that was awarded. So there's an architect who has won a competition to design a project on this place. The challenge, of course, is that it is located right in this view, which I've just described to you, which is primarily still reasonably intact. So its integrity is actually still quite good. Now, you can imagine, if that is the view, and that's going to happen, that you could have visual impacts, potentially. So this project is not the sole reason why Vienna was placed on the list in danger. That was much more the management system which was leading, but this was a symptom of the management and spatial planning system not operating in such a way that it supports the OUV of this property. So here we had a challenge, and the committee then requested an impact assessment be undertaken. This impact assessment was undertaken. It was a very good impact assessment undertaken by Michael Kloos. And the impact assessment concluded, well, maybe before I get to the conclusions, just go through that the committee in 2016 expressed its concern about the project. So this is really a strongly worded committee decision. Urged the state party to, that's my typing error, to facilitate a major revision of the project design. In other words, go back to the drawing board, please, and to bring this all to the advisory bodies and the World Heritage Centre to look at before anything is cast in stone. That's what the committee requested. What this Vienna State Party did, or the city did, is a year later to approve the project. To have all the planning approvals in place, which of course now places everyone in a position of, well, conflict, you could say, but actually a position where people are trying to find a way forward. Everyone's been placed into a position where compromise is required, but even then we need to put the OUV above other interests. Like you said this morning, Speller, the interests of humanity are at stake here, and that's what has to take the first place. So the impact assessment, the first impact assessment, which was delivered in 2019, 2019, highlighted quite a number of large and severe impacts of this project. Now, interestingly enough, in this impact assessment, because it deals with urbanistic and visual aspects, the core of the impact assessment is about the visuals. And this impact assessment, I think, is quite sophisticated in the manner in which those visuals have been very systematically and very precisely been analyzed and also been modeled to show the real impact. So it's available online. You can look at it. But as I said earlier, impact assessment is easy. It does not always need to be this complicated. And this, I think, is the core of my message today, is the impact assessment needs to fit the requirement, needs to fit the question. I need to wrap up. Oh, gosh. I'm enjoying it too much. So there has been a redesign, and this is where we are at the moment, trying to understand what this redesign might mean. Okay, I'm going to actually skip this one. It's because my time is running out. But what I wanted to say was, in this case, this is Briggen in Norway. What was interesting in this case is the impact assessor was also brought in at a slightly later time than concept development of the project. And what the assessor did is he asked, can we not take a step back and look at different options? Which I think, in this case, the State Party of Norway were willing to do. They did take a step back. They did go and further investigate two options, which I think has brought a clearer understanding of the options that are on the table. So there was, well, I'm not going to go into the detail on this one. It's an ongoing process, but I wanted to get back to what Eugene had said, that when it comes to impact assessment process, the earlier we start and the earlier we start the dialogue, the better for the process. I've got two more, so I'll go fast. One more straw might break the camel's back. I go to Mauritius quickly, to the Apravasigat, which is tiny. It's a very, very small World Heritage property, but and you can see here, it's that little bit of red. That's the buffer zone already. And it's located in the city of Port Louis. Let me go back. Right next to the main north-south road of the island. That's the World Heritage property over there. And this is the working harbour of Truffaut-Fanon. That is a grain storage building, and that is a former military hospital there, a French military hospital from the 18th century. And you can see that the context in which the property is located for a place of reflection is not ideal. It's not ideal. So there are quite a number of development projects at the moment. One is a tram line, which was going to pass the property over there, and everyone was quite worried about what the tram line might do. And if you look at this image, I personally think a tram line might improve the situation. But there's also a large urban requalification project here, which would see this building turned into an art storage facility, this building over here turned into an art museum, and a total urban requalification of the landscape, plus up here in this area, a massive new bus terminal. So the advice to the State Party was, please see these in context. Don't see them as individual projects, even though they were being implemented as individual projects. And the State Party has now called for what's called an overarching impact assessment to try to understand the overall impact of all these projects, not in detail, but in big lines. This brings me to the issue that Gwinnell also raised this morning, dealing with serial properties and the challenge of how we deal, for instance, with Le Corbusier. The question is, does an impact assessor go to visit each one of the buildings on the nominated property, or how do we create mechanisms to allow impact assessment in a way which is functional for these kinds of properties? And I see Eugene smiling, so I'm sure she's aware of this challenge. But it's a learning system, so we learn as we go along. And finally, and I think this is probably the most important lesson that I've learned, is we need to talk the talk like we're doing today, but we also need to walk the walk. Remind you again that states parties shall ensure assessments. The operational guidelines don't ask, they say they shall ensure. So it really is an obligation to safeguard the OUV. As I said, the Mauritians have now called for tender for projects for this overarching heritage impact assessment and visual impact assessment, which I hope is being done at the moment. I'm very curious. But in other instances, projects such as this one, the Cascades Female Factory in Hobart, it was also an architectural design competition. After the competition was awarded, there was a process to rework the design to come to a solution which safeguarded the archaeological aspects and delivered a project which would not harm the OUV, but actually serves to protect significant architectural residue. But that means you've got a project and a team and political will to go through that process. So no heels in the sand, everyone pulling the cart together. In the case of Zanzibar, unfortunately, we are still in a situation where today the committee, or in 2019, the committee still had to ask for the mitigation measures to be implemented on this building. Some visual aspects have been corrected, but other aspects dealing, for instance, with the social aspects have not been implemented. And this is a case, the blue blocks is to block out the name of the hotel company. I don't want to be sued. Where on their website they advertise the pool with stunning, breathtaking views over the Indian Ocean and Dow Harbours, offers guests a true insight into the cultural life of Stone Town's beach. But this glass screen has been a bone of contention for the locals since it was erected, because in the Swahili culture, which is quite conservative, seeing ladies in bikinis up here does not facilitate cultural life. On the beach in front. And in the last mission I went, we were actually told that no one comes to this beach anymore because of the imposition of this pool on the beach. So these kinds of challenges we are still facing in World Heritage. In the case of Villa Adriana, the project was cancelled, and who knows which way we will go with the Hoymar project. I have no idea. To close, the World Heritage System is a constantly evolving learning system. We learn by doing. Impact assessment is part of life. It need not be complicated, but it is complex. There's a difference between being complicated and complex. Impacts are more than just visual. I think this is something we need to really, really tie into our ears. It's essential we start the impact assessment as soon as possible. And an impact assessment won't guarantee the outcome everyone on the table wants, but it should guarantee the maintenance of OUV. And it should be holistic. And finally, political will is absolutely key. Without political will, we are nowhere. And I'm going to end up with this quote by a Dutch football player, Johan Cruyff, who said, "You only start seeing it when you understand it." And that's the same with impacts. You only start seeing them when you understand them. I know this is a bit of a contradictory statement, but it helps to understand where we are. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this Thank you for reminding us of the whole intangible and the spiritual. And we actually let you speak a little longer because you were talking about Vienna, which was the case that we also took under consideration. And we actually asked the Austrian colleagues to be with us, but they're celebrating the 50th anniversary of the convention and the 30 years of the ratification. So you did their part of the job as well. So thank you. Thank you for that. So our next speaker is a colleague that came highly recommended. So it's our pleasure that he only responded after a short emailing exercise and a short Zoom. So I'm very happy about that. Patrick Pettiwell holds a Bachelor of Arts in American Studies and a Bachelor of Science in Human Geography and Spatial Planning, both from the University of Groningen, the Netherlands. For the latter, he also completed the Supplementary Honours College. He also holds a research master's degree in regional studies with a distinction cum laude from the Faculty of Spatial Sciences at the University of Groningen. After gaining his master's degree, Patrick worked as a researcher and teacher at the Department of Cultural Geography at the same faculty. He recently finished his PhD thesis entitled Heritage Impact Assessment for World Heritage Sites. So you understand why he's here. In his research, he focused on the way how HIA framework contributes to the effective management of World Heritage Sites. In his research, he analyzed ICOMOS guidance documents and alongside with the 2 case studies of Liverpool Waters redevelopment project and multiple infrastructure project proposed in the defense line of Amsterdam. His research specifically addressed the potential role of different heritage management discourses, framing amongst different stakeholders and differences in planning cultures in the effectiveness of the HIA, and these can affect the legitimacy of an HIA report. So a lot of very interesting questions, but we actually asked him to present lessons from Dutch practice, a spatial planning perspective, because we thought it's a wonderful moment to hear how the impact assessment can be integrated into the planning processes at quite an early stage. So we are very curious about that. So please, Patrick.
So I want to start by expressing my gratitude for being invited to this symposium. For me, it was very interesting to see that so quickly after I finished my PhD on this topic, that there was a symposium specifically for this topic. So the timing seemed very good from my side to sort of give a perspective. But as was already mentioned, my PhD is much broader than the Dutch practice, and I basically just highlighted the title of my PhD dissertation and also the 3 academic papers that I published on this topic. And just to first start is that all this is open access, so you can all, if you just look at my name and heritage impact assessment, you can probably find these papers and my PhD and access them fully. So if anyone's interested in these specific topics, I recommend to just find them online. But it also, the titles of my papers also showed basically the overview that was already mentioned before in the biography. Sort of the issues that I wanted to highlight. And the first paper that I wrote was really on the heritage impact assessment guidelines, and these sort of showed up. And shortly before I was thinking about starting my PhD, I saw this development of this new framework, so I was really interested in, okay, what does this mean? And what can we learn from the early practice of this new impact assessment framework? I should probably also state that my background is not so much in heritage protection, but much more from a geography and spatial planning point of view. So I was very interested in the whole impact assessment process, and that's something that I will try to address today. But after that first paper, I really figured it would be interesting to dive more into specific case studies. So I feel like the Liverpool Waters project has become very famous by now. And it's also, I guess, a project that's, at least for today, didn't show up yet, even though 3 impact assessments have been conducted. But I should probably point out that, in my opinion, these impact assessments were not very good. And they were also conducted by each of the stakeholders that were involved in this project. So the proponent, the heritage organization, and the city council. And even though they had their argumentations, and you can follow their argumentations in what they concluded, you can guess by who was the actual, who commissioned the impact assessment, what the outcome of the impact assessment was. Now, I guess for today, I will focus specifically a little bit more on the last paper that I wrote, because it focuses specifically on the Dutch context. But what I also wanted to highlight in this paper is that I was really interested in the local planning culture and how that could influence it. I won't go into it that much today, but I think it's important to keep in mind that in every context, in every country, spatial planning is performed in specific ways, and practitioners have certain expectations in how the process will go. And I think this should be, to an extent, be kept in mind when going through an HIA process, so that you meet these expectations and that the impact assessment doesn't lose its legitimacy among certain stakeholders because these expectations were not met that people are used to. Now, I won't go into academic papers a lot, but as you can see, there's a couple heritage impact assessment principles that have been popping up in the publications that I could find. I should say that probably, as you can see, a lot of these publications are mine. But also the fact that there are not that many publications specifically on heritage impact assessment so far. It's obviously a very new field. It developed, let's say, 10 years ago in the context of World Heritage Sites. And slowly examples have shown up and research has been conducted, but there's still a lot of room left for more research. So if anyone's interested, I would highlight that there's a lot of opportunity to create an expertise. Now, if you look at the specific principles, a lot of these have already shown up in the previous presentations, and the main one is always it should be conducted early in the planning process. Now, I want to highlight that even if you conduct one later in the planning process, it can still have its benefits, but there's a lot of advantages to starting early in the design phase or in the conceptual phase of a planning project. Now, a couple of the other things that I think are very interesting is the transparent, clear, and open aspect is that, in my opinion, heritage impact assessment has a lot of potential to help heritage management to inform maybe project proponents or decision makers that are not that much focused on preserving World Heritage, but on spatial planning in general, what the importance of protecting heritage is. As was mentioned earlier already, the statements of OUV are often not very clear to a lot of people that are involved in the decision-making about certain projects. And in my opinion, or in my experience in the Netherlands, these heritage impact assessments really helped especially the proponents of these projects to understand the need for protection and also the impacts that might occur if that project would be realized. Now, I won't go into all of them, but this is just something that basically summarizes the state of the academic field, as I would say it for now. But like I said, I was asked to present the Dutch case here, and I put examples of best practice with a question mark, because as an academic, you're always very critical of what you're encountering. And there's definitely a lot that you can say that could be improved on the Dutch case. But if you look at heritage impact assessment in the Netherlands, there have been dozens of HIAs that have been conducted since 2013, so only a couple years after the guidelines were introduced to World Heritage. But also, it's quite a large number, I would say, of impact assessment that have been conducted for, if you compare it to other countries. A lot of countries like Slovenia are still sort of introduced to this framework. But in the Netherlands, there is already some experience with it, so you're not alone, as someone already mentioned before. Now, the two images that you see are the fronts of two impact assessments that were actually conducted at the same time. As far as I'm aware, it's the first example of impact assessments that dealt with the cumulative impacts of both projects. And these impact assessments were sent to ICOMOS for review, and the response you can see, well, in summary, I guess, on the slide, that they were, on a technical level, they were very well done and a good example of the implementation of the ICOMOS guidelines. And these were done in 2015, so very early on in the HIA, I guess, framework's lifestyle of life. Heritage impact assessment was already on quite a good level, if you must believe this quote, but also this is the specific case that I focused on in my PhD, and pretty much all the stakeholders involved in these projects were found it very useful to go through the heritage impact assessment framework. I selected this case for my studies because I thought it was a best practice case. Unfortunately, the decision-making about both projects has become quite difficult. I can go into that a little bit more in detail later. But to summarize, the one on the left is still in decision-making and is currently on hold because of financial problems to realize the project. And the one on the right has been cancelled, probably, it's not entirely clear, but probably in relation to the cost of the left one and the impacts of the one on the left. So it's not maybe the best decision-making one to highlight. I figured it would be good to present some generalities about heritage impact assessment practice. So in the Netherlands, there are 12 World Heritage Sites, and you can see them on the map, but what I wanted to highlight is that sort of the brownish colors are cultural landscapes, and in these cultural landscapes, especially what they are called the water defense lines that we have, here in this context, most of the impact assessments have been conducted, but also in some of the other areas, pretty much all the impact assessments that have been conducted so far have been conducted for cultural landscapes, and the specific problems that you encounter with developing in these kind of contexts, because with landscapes, especially the ones that we have on the World Heritage List, the connection with the landscape, the openness of the landscape is very important and is part of the OUV. So any development that could impact on that, probably would require a heritage impact assessment. That's why so many have been conducted as well. Now, the impact assessments have mostly been, or have all been conducted by independent practitioners that have been hired by project proponents, and most of these project proponents were governmentally connected. So it were either provinces or municipalities that would ask for an heritage impact assessment because of a project that they suggested, but also governmental organizations that are like semi-governmental. And I think this is probably important in the whole context of my talk today, that it was really the willingness from the government side, and also maybe the holistic approach that they took to develop these projects, rather than dismissing heritage values or the protection of heritage in these projects. And they have been conducted in different phases of the planning process. Like I said, the earlier the better, but it doesn't necessarily mean that later on in the decision-making process you cannot use a heritage impact assessment to come to a good decision. So I just wanted to illustrate just a couple examples. I think this is clear enough that on the left you have the mill network at Kinderdijk Elshout, and they proposed windmills in its vicinity. And the question was, can we construct a windmill park that you could see from this site? And in the end, this project was cancelled, or the location was cancelled for this park. I will go into this a little bit later. But opinions were divided on this topic, because if you have the old windmills, then maybe the new windmills, you could argue for a connection there. So there were a lot of arguments where that you could bring up whether this was a good project or not. But eventually it was cancelled. Now in the middle, this is a new World Heritage Site in the Netherlands, the Colonies of Benevolence. It's a couple settlements throughout the country. And there were a project proposal for gas extraction in this area. Now I have to say that in this context, this is a very controversial project because this is in an area where gas extraction has been going on for a very long time in the Netherlands and has caused for many problems with earthquakes and the damages afterwards that have not been dealt in the best way, I would say. So this is a very controversial project to begin with, to add new gas extraction in this area. And this is still ongoing as far as I'm aware, this project, the decision making, I should say. And on the right, this is the example that I pointed out earlier about the defense line of Amsterdam. So this is one of the fortifications of this World Heritage Site. And on the bottom there, you can see different alternatives for a highway connection that was proposed. And they tried to use a heritage impact assessment to sort of tunnel down the number of alternatives that they had for this highway connection between two highways. And the numbers that you see are the different alternatives. So the heritage impact assessment eventually resulted in going from 7 alternatives to 3. So in that way, it directly influenced sort of a step in the decision making there. Now, a question that I think is very important is the question: when is a heritage impact assessment actually required? What circumstances necessitate a heritage impact assessment? And I figured I should start with the Dutch Cultural Heritage Agency that really embraced the heritage impact assessment framework as soon as it was introduced to World Heritage. And this is what they say on their website. So on the left, you can see that a heritage impact assessment is required if it is suspected that a proposed project in a World Heritage Site or its surroundings will influence its OUV or specific attributes. So this is, I think, that's something very obvious and that has been said before. But one of the things that has already been mentioned as well, but that I think is very important, is in the second one, you can see that it really focuses on the developments also outside the boundaries of the World Heritage Sites, and they highlight specifically examples, wind turbines and high-rise buildings. And this is probably the reason why they specifically focus on this part, that it could also be outside the boundaries, is because the site that I mentioned earlier, the defense line of Amsterdam, it doesn't have a buffer zone. So anything in its immediate surrounding could technically be allowed because it's not part of the World Heritage Site, but then it does impact the site as well. And because we have so many sites that are focused on viewpoints, they really wanted to highlight this, I think. Now on the right, this is when a heritage impact assessment is not required according to this agency. And I find this very interesting as well because it's, in my opinion, quite subjective. Obviously, when the answer is clear without an HIA, when is it clear and to whom is it clear? So I think it is quite subjective, so I don't really know what to do with that. And also when it concerns relatively small matters. Now, I also think that's very subjective to highlight what is relatively small and to whom. And this is something that I encountered a lot. So it's very difficult to really narrow down when it is required. But like I said, I wanted to start with this. So in the end, about this specific question, I think it really comes down to discretionary judgment, and that can be subjective. But because of that, the screening procedures for heritage impact assessment are really essential. And personally, I don't really have an answer about how this should be shaped or how this should be defined. I guess that's the big question here. But as far as I can advise or provide any advice, I think this is the task for heritage agencies and also for the site holders to keep in mind and to really put their pressure on projects when they expect a project could impact the site as well. But that's as far as advice I can give on that matter. But I just wanted to highlight the importance of this. The question, when is an HIA required, can also be looked upon from a planning perspective, in the sense, when in a planning process do you need to do an HIA. And I basically just put 4 different stages, so the concept phase, location selection, project design, and decision making. And when you look at these, in the Netherlands, there's probably the 2 first ones that had most HIAs, but overall in the last one, in the specific decision making about a specific project has already been highlighted before. This basically comes down to a yes or no question, and that's probably not what you want in the end. But even then, it could help in the management of a World Heritage Site. Now at the bottom, I put a request by the World Heritage Committee. As far as I can tell, a lot of impact assessments are conducted at this stage. So a project has been proposed, it has been going through the planning process to a certain extent, and then the World Heritage Committee is able to discuss it or review it, and they see the potential impact, so they request an heritage impact assessment as a result. But this is usually very late in the planning process, and this is, in my opinion, often too late in the planning process as well, because usually the proponents have made a lot of costs by this point because the project has been developed to quite an extent. So I would argue that you would want to avoid this. If you want to implement heritage impact assessment, it should probably be before you get an official request by the World Heritage Committee. And then if you get a heritage impact assessment request, obviously you should conduct one. But you should not strive to get to that stage. And in the Netherlands, as far as I'm aware, none of the projects that I've been looking at, or none of the heritage impact assessments that have been conducted, were actually requested by the World Heritage Committee. So they have all taken place before this stage. And I would say that's definitely an example of best practice in my opinion. Now, there's another important aspect of heritage impact assessment from a planning perspective, is the role of stakeholders. And you can debate a little bit whether this is true or not. The first statement that I make here, that heritage impact assessment is not directly part of heritage legislation in the Netherlands. But what I mean with this is that in Dutch legislation about heritage management and also World Heritage Management, heritage impact assessment is not specifically mentioned. So in that sense, it's not part of legislation. But as was mentioned before already, as a state party, you commit yourself to certain practice and to protect the World Heritage Sites that you enlist. So in that sense, maybe in such a way, it is part of legislation. But what I wanted to highlight as well is that in one of the, the extension of a World Heritage Site, again connected to the defense line of Amsterdam, this is the new Dutch water defense line. So another military defense line where openness is very important to the OUV. In its management plan for that specific part of this World Heritage Site, they integrated heritage impact assessment as a possible tool to use to assess any impacts of projects that occur. So in that sense, it is slowly starting to be more official in heritage management and perhaps also legislation through that. But as it stands now, as far as I am aware, it's not directly translated towards Dutch heritage legislation. I should also mention that in my country there has been a new environmental development law, so a spatial development law, that has been for years now been announced as next year we will implement this. So I don't know what will happen with that, because every time it gets postponed. But in this more holistic environmental spatial planning legislation, World Heritage protection is directly ingrained as well. So it's really part of overall spatial planning in that way. So they want to make this more holistic approach to spatial planning and not separate World Heritage Management from spatial planning. Now, coming back to the stakeholders, the project proponent is usually the initiator for the heritage impact assessment. And what I mean with this is that they actually pay for it, and they hire a practitioner to conduct one. And then the heritage impact assessment practitioner is generally an independent consultancy firm. In the beginning, when this was starting, all impact assessments were conducted by one consultancy firm, and there were some questions about this practice, whether that was good or not. But now there have been a couple others that have been conducting them as well. And the pictures that I showed are just examples of impact assessments that have been conducted so far by different consultancy firms. Now, as I said before, the site holder and the heritage the national or local heritage agencies. For me, this is an essential part of heritage impact assessment, that they ensure that one is being conducted, and this is obviously very difficult. As was also, you also saw this in the Netherlands, that an interesting example was the one that for my PhD, where the project proponent was the province of North Holland, but then also the site holder was the province of North Holland. So they had to sort of battle in between themselves how to realize this project or not, and that's the project that has been on hold now because of financial reasons, because the only way to implement it with the blessing of ICOMOS and UNESCO, I guess, is getting a bit too expensive for what they initially budgeted. So now it's on hold because of that. The last point is, I think, a very important part that is not really addressed in the Netherlands, the whole participation aspect. As far as I can tell, only active stakeholders are involved in this process, which already is a good start. With active stakeholders, I mean the project proponent, the heritage organizations, the municipalities or governmental agencies that are involved, but not so much the public in large. So this is definitely something that might be changed in the future, or that might be that could be added to Dutch practice in general. So coming back to the lessons that we might be able to be drawing from Dutch practice, as I said before, in what I call voluntary, is that all these impact assessments have been conducted before the World Heritage Committee or the World Heritage Center was involved. There have been discussions with ICOMOS, for example, about the direction that certain projects needed to go into, but as far as I can tell, these heritage impact assessments have all been conducted before they were requested from the World Heritage side, I would say. And something that was very apparent throughout the impact assessments as well was that the heritage impact assessment practitioner really functioned as a facilitator. Obviously, they had the knowledge to conduct an impact assessment with the quality that was required, but they really tried to focus on bringing all the stakeholders together and then basically getting all the viewpoints, using those viewpoints in their assessment, and then whatever the outcome may be, keep everybody on board with the conclusions of the report. So what I say with ensuring legitimacy, in that sense, the participatory aspect was really successful in these cases. And also because they were very solution-oriented. They really wanted to try to see ways in which projects could be realized that would not harm the World Heritage Site. So finding a balance between the two was usually the way that they approached it, the practitioners. And they did this with a lot of alternatives and mitigation measures to sort of steer these developments. The last point I will skip because I already think I talked about that, the importance of local planning cultures. So the last slide that I have is just a summary of the experience that has been going on in the Netherlands with heritage impact assessment. And I argue that it really contributed to informed decision making, and it helped proponents and also decision makers to decide whether a project was good enough, whether they should approve it or not, or whether more was needed to be changed. And the important aspect here was that clear communication, I think, was the key. It was really clearly communicated to all the stakeholders why an HIA was needed, what the heritage values actually were, the translation of the OUV, I guess, to attributes, that was highlighted before, but also what kind of impacts there could be and how these could be prevented and why these should be prevented. And this communication was very essential. And just to end with an example in which this is, I think, very clear. This again is the mill network at Kinderdijk. And as you can see, I hope, in the map, the mill network, the World Heritage Site is on the top, and then on the bottom is the location of a wind mill farm that was suggested. And the practitioner used visualizations to sort of show what the impact would be. And it basically comes down to on the top you see the current situation, and then on the bottom you see what it would look like with these windmills in place. And this really helped the decision makers to make the decision that this was too much impact and that they did not want this project to be located at this site. And because it was only the question whether this location was suitable or not, they could just shift to other possible locations. So it was not a big problem to steer this project away from this area. And I think that it just, the whole visualization was a big help in making that decision in the end. So I just want to finish again on my PhD if anyone's interested, and I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Patrick. I think it was important also to connect and to see why the scientific studies are also important, why we need to include academia and how we get to the knowledge, and what are the very practical questions that we are now all asking, you know, who's doing it, who's paying it, who's validating it, who's sending it, who's making the final decisions, you know. So I'm sure that we'll hear something about that in the last two cases that are presented by our dear colleagues from the pile dwellings time and so on. So I'm very happy to have Adele and Oliver here. Adele Cesi is an architect with a postgraduate degree in restoration of monuments from the University of Rome, La Sapienza. She works at a national and international level in the protection and conservation of cultural heritage, predominantly within the Ministry of Culture. Her current position is coordinator architect and the national focal point for the World Heritage Convention. So she should be in another meeting in 5 minutes. She is one of the experts of the Italian delegation to the World Heritage Committee, which is something that is really important, providing scientific and technical support to site managers on activities related to the implementation of the World Heritage Convention. She as well has several hats. One of them is she's an expert of the TAIEX program of the European Union. She also teaches at the University of Rome, and she's very open to exchanging and collaborating with us. So Adele, please tell us more what is going on with Ivrea.
So first of all, thank you very much. That's very tall, not very much, very tall. And I would like, first of all, say great thanks to the Ministry of Culture of Slovenia for organizing this meeting, and to my colleague and friend Spela and all the others, and also to the organization, and because they helped us to be here today. So Katarina, the other Spela, and all the staff that works with Spela Spanzel, because we have a lot of Spelas. So, so the case that I'm going to present you is not about a HIA. I mean that the HIA, it will be the result of this process. So it's a very practical case in which we are going to reflect about the heritage, and in particular modern heritage, and the challenge of reuse and its limits. So, and I will going to bring with me, I'm going to with me in this journey, and I'm going to bring you with me in Ivrea, the industrial city of the 20th century, that was included in 2018 in the World Heritage List. And let me introduce this World Heritage property, because it's really important to understand the reasons why the city of Ivrea has been included in the World Heritage List, because it is at the core of our reflection that is going to bring us to the decision of subject this project to the HIA. So the city of Ivrea was founded in 1908 by Camillo Olivetti. The industrial city of Ivrea is an industrial and socio-cultural project of the 20th century. the Olivetti company manufactured typewriters, mechanical calculators, and desktop computers. Ivrea represents a model of the modern industrial city and the response to the challenges posed by the rapid industrial change. It is therefore able to exhibit a response and a contribution to the 20th century theories of urbanism and industrialization. Ivrea's urban form and buildings were designed by some of the best-known Italian architects and town planners of the period from the 1930s to the 1960s under the direction of Adriano Olivetti. The city is comprised of buildings. Perhaps I can, yeah, yes. Buildings of manufacturing, administration, social services, and residential uses, reflecting the ideas of the community movement, which was founded in Ivrea in 1947, based on Adriano Olivetti's 1945 book, The Political Order of Communities. The industrial city of Ivrea, therefore, represents a significant example of the 20th century theories of urban development and architecture in response to industrial and social transformation, including the transition from mechanical to digital industries. I would like just to remember also that the focus of this philosophy of Adriano Olivetti is very modern. I mean that it's a focus about the human values, first of all the community. So it's a very actual thing. Innovation, justice, spirituality, and beauty. And the outstanding universal value that we need to understand very well is fully expressed by the criterion 4, where it appears the vocation of this area. And this is really important because in comparison with the transformation we saw until now, this is a very little transformation, but it's very sensitive. So the transformation I'm going to present afterwards. So the industrial city of Ivrea is an ensemble of outstanding architectural quality that represent the work of Italian modernist designer and architects. Let me say that we presented, in the proposal there was also criterion 2 and criterion 6, but at the end, during the evaluation process, we live with the criterion 4, in which there is more or less all the features, so also all the others criterion. I was a little bit surprised because it was cut, the criterion 6, because for me in this nomination it was very important, because this movement, the community movement, was really at the focus of this revolution. But anyway, we are not here to discuss with the advisory bodies. Yes. No, but okay. In the description there is everything. So we of course, and again, it demonstrates an exceptional example of the 20th century developments in the design of production, taking into account changing industrial and social needs. These are some examples of the futuristic advertising of the Olivetti production that was at that time, and also now. It was very, very interesting experience of creativity and graphics. And Ivrea represents one of the first and highest expression of a modern vision in relation to production, architectural design, and social aspects at a global scale in relation to the history of industrial construction and the transition from mechanical to digitalized industrial technologies. And here, yes, because in this process, Adriano Olivetti, that was the most important representative of this philosophy. It comes from him and from his father, Camillo. But he was the person who definitely gave a turn in this philosophy. In the industrial processes, they introduced psychology, sociology. So a lot of this psychology and sociology was just starting at that time, so it was very innovative. And this is one of the paragraph, the phrase, the most important thinking of Adriano Olivetti. Our society believes in spiritual values, in the values of science, believes in the values of art, believes in the values of culture, believes that the ideals of justice cannot be estranged from the still uneliminated dispute between capital and labor, because of course we are in the post-Second World War, and the new approach to industry was coming. And what about attributes? The attributes approved by the World Heritage Committee, they are very simple, because it was one of the first example of defining the attributes for the Italian the Italian proposal. But they are the special plan of the industrial city, the public buildings and spaces, and the residential building developed by Olivetti. And then the influences of the community movement of the provision of buildings for residential and social purposes. That is an important intangible element. Although the function of most non-residential buildings have ceased. And this is the core of our reflection. So, after the conclusion of the Olivetti experience, the buildings have been abandoned, and today, more or less 60% of them are empty. The ambitious goal set in the management plan to regenerate the area, also through the World Heritage Site, is gradually being implemented. The inscription in the World Heritage List brought great attention to these previously ignored buildings, all of which now subject to severe restriction by the Ministry of Culture. And the new project have so far been in line with the area's vocation for social and cultural services. And the area enriched in the last 2 years, also with the visitor center, located in the main entrance of the building, for the industrial production, the most iconic part of the industrial complex. We'll see some picture after. So, but I would like just to list the new intervention after the inclusion in the World Heritage List, because as Alessandro told us this morning, the work didn't finish with the inscription, and for us it was the starting point. So the list of the new intervention is the Olivetti Nursery, a conservative restoration work for 5.5 million euros. Social service buildings, conservative restoration of 1.3 million euros. Office palace with the destination to the wellness project and restaurant, 2.1 million euros from private investors. Study and Experience Center, the conservative restoration new destination of the Olivetti Company for 4.4 million euros. Visitor Center, the new Visitor Center, 5,000 euros. The Office Palace and Red Brick Palace, this is one of the most important project, is the acquisition of the buildings, of all the buildings, so all the big one, from Icona, a consortium of local entrepreneurs for 2.2 million euros and an addendum of 2.5 million euros for the conservative restoration of some parts of them. And the last one is the Exertec, the acquisition from a professional studio with conservative restoration work for 0.7 million euros. And just to see some images, this is the Study and Experience Center with the restoration works. And here you can see the Office Palace, second extension with the wellness project and restaurant, and some offices, and visitor center, a new visitor center located in that part, the Pine entrance, that was the main entrance of the fabric. So it's a very, it is a very iconic place. And now we come to the new challenge. So recently, the owners of one of the most representative complexes, Palace Office, and the new Palace Office. Palace Office is the palace with the 3 wings, and that was built in 1950s. And the new Palace Office is the other one that we see now in the second building that was built in 1980s. But altogether is a very interesting part of this complex. So commissioned from an important joint venture, Fondazione Politecnico di Milano and ICOM SPA, a feasibility study for the reuse of this part of the industrial complex as a hospital. Because the hospital of Ivrea is going to be reorganized and relocated. Please pay attention that all these buildings have been subjected to the Italian law of conservation, so they, in theory, they couldn't do much. But they know. And the other thing is that all the complex is from private owners. And this is a challenge. It was a challenge of this nomination, because 80% of all the buildings in the nomination was private, and the Minister of Culture spent a lot of time and work to put strict regulation on each of them. And one of the things that I would like to address is the use of the green area, because it's a project. It's a project of the famous garden designers. This is very important, because we are going to see something a little bit different, not in this part. So this is the second building, and the interchange between the first one and the second one you can see on this picture. So what about the project? Because some weeks ago, 1 month ago, the municipality of Ivrea received a feasibility study about this proposal, and the feasibility study was done, and but with the aim to be subject to the evaluation of the World Heritage. So they know that the project need to be sent to the World Heritage. But we open, of course, a big discussion. But now we are going to speak about it. So the project consists in synthesis in the change of destination of the 2 buildings. Now, of course, they are empty, but originally they were the office buildings of the Olivetti company. The construction of a new building. I don't know if here we have a pointer. Yes. I'm sorry, because they are not in the same direction, but here's the point, because it's here, and this hill is part of the original project of the area, and the differences is that here they are imagined to construct a road, service road, of course, and a new building. This one, very close to the original center for database and electronic processing. So, in this new building seems it is created by modifying the level curve, and the green area behind the palace building. And they speak about major restoration inside, of course, because it's impossible to use an office building as an hospital without changing mostly of the inner part. And the project, as I told you, was sent to the municipality of Ivrea for an initial consultation. And so this news that was published on the newspaper and shared with the community triggered an important public debate. And consequently, the governing bodies organized a meeting and decided to submit this project to the heritage impact assessment. But in this case, this is a different case, because in this case, more or less, all of the participants to the governing bodies agree about not to do it. So it's we are in the case in which more or less we all agree. But the problem is that we have to answer to the owners, and we have to answer with a very good one reason to do it, and also because if you see it's a social service, so it's very sensitive. And so in the conclusion of the feasibility study, we can read the paragraphs that are here, and that seem the most relevant and sensitive part of this study. So they speak about new urban polarity with a socio-sanitary character without further land consumption, and an engine of social, productive and economic regeneration of the territory. It's true. It's completely true. Preservation and enhancement of such an important site of industrial archaeology, already appointed as UNESCO World Heritage Site, because they are going to give use. That now he hasn't. The design strategies are in continuity with the principle, they said, of this is the most critical part of this conclusion. The principle of integrity and authenticity of the declaration of exceptional universal value. Oh, okay. The conclusion. The motivation of the proponent deserves to be evaluated, because there is no doubt that these buildings, now under use, would come back to life, serving the community in a healthcare, a fundamental social service. Our first reflection look at some evident limits of the project. Firstly, the definition of this part of the city, from a research and creative production center to a socio-sanitary area, with all the consequences, traffics, new publics, etc. Secondly, and most important, the potential impact on the outside universal value of the property, strictly connected with the intangible aspects of the Olivetti experience and linked to the vocation for research, innovation, creativity. The answer to the question if this project will be in line with the Olivetti's philosophy is to be detected more. The heritage impact assessment is the best tool for in-depth analysis. And coming yes, we spoke about this. So the main limits that we found, it's the redefinition of this part of the city and the impact of on the outstanding universal value, strictly connected with intangible aspects. So it's very sensitive, it's very difficult, but it's very important because changes are very few. It's not big change, but it's the change of the vocation of the area and the perspective of this part of the city. So, in conclusion, the project presents some criticalities in the new function, the major restoration, the construction of the new building. At the first look, the most important one is the first. In any case, the proposal will be subject to heritage impacts assessment. The change of destination, in fact, may impact about the outstanding universal value and the attributes of the property. The objective of the nomination was to try to restore such a high perspective and to keep its memory. An objective that certainly goes behind the documents submitted for inclusion in the World Heritage List. The territory slowly is recovering from a serious economic crisis. We like to think that thanks to this project, the territory, not this project, the original one, will find a new future. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Adele. This was a very, very interesting case. I think it's important that you also bring to the table some of the notions that we're also reflecting, that we're not underestimating the question of public use, because it's very difficult to argue that one, because it's connected to the community, to the openness, to the necessity, and so on. So that's why it's complex. And we are, of course, reminded of also this private-public partnerships, which are always quite challenging, complex, complicated, you name it. And of course, to the power of argumentation. It can go either way. So thank you again really for that. We will be, you will be informing us. You will keep us updated. So thank you very much. Last but not least, it's Oliver Martin, who won't talk about Le Corbusier, because we said we are bringing something to the table that is very topical, and that was mentioned before. So to tell you about Oliver, he was, well, I'm not reading that one. He obtained a master's in architecture in 1998 from the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology. He pursued his studies with a PhD in technical sciences and history of architecture at ATHZ, so the Zurich School, until 2002. Oliver Martin held several positions at the Swiss Federal Office of Culture until he joined its management board in 2012, as head of the section for Baukultur. In parallel, he acted as an expert member of the Swiss delegation to the UNESCO World Heritage Committee from 2010 to 2013 and was a member of the ICROM Council from 2013 to 2021 and serving as its president from 2017 to 2021. Since 2012, he is the Swiss focal point for World Heritage. So I'm very curious to hear about the case that is very recent, and you will tell us how it went. Thank you.
Thank you, Spela. Good afternoon. Thank you also from my side for the organization of this event and bringing us all together discussing these topics and inviting me to contributing to this. Indeed, I would like to, and it's now the pleasure speaking at the end somehow, that it becomes like an illustration of all, of several things we heard before also, and it's a very recent case that I want to present to you, and it's about a wind energy project close to World Heritage Site. And you might know this publication and this work that had been done by the World Heritage Center in parallel somehow while we were discussing this case on a national level. And our conclusion somehow echoed the recommendations made also in this publication. So if you're interested in this topic, I think it's a good hint also to look at that one. So I would like to talk about a site that is called La Chaux-de-Fonds Le Locle Watchmaking Town Planning, and while this name is a little bit complicated, I put it on the screen. It's two smaller towns, La Chaux-de-Fonds the first town, Le Locle the second town, and it was inscribed on the World Heritage List in 2009, also under the criterion for the typology one, as Granel explained earlier. And this is located in the very western part of Switzerland, sitting on the French, Swiss-French border somehow, French-speaking part, in the Jura Hills at more or less 1,000 meters above sea level in a very rural area. And zooming a little bit closer, you will see here the two towns. So the red parts are the inscribed properties. In the, well, the right one in the north east is La Chaux-de-Fonds, it's the bigger one, and the smaller one is Le Locle. And both of these component parts are surrounded by one single buffer zone, which is, of course, the blue area that you can see here. And now, what or to put it in another way, like Eugene talked about why these towns are today on the World Heritage List, and what has watchmaking to do with town planning. In fact, these two towns reflect in a very particular way the watchmaking industry, and these towns that in the outgoing 18th century had been small rural places have then developed by the watchmaking industry and also for the watchmaking industry. So it's a mono-industrial urban areas that is still today totally focused on this watch production, and many of these quite famous watchmaking firms still have their seats there. And this is Le Locle, it's the smaller one, it's also the elder one, or the older one, and it's therefore more adapted to the topography, sitting in this Jura Valley. And you see already here that you have these kind of rows of houses interrupted by production places in different kind, and we'll have a look at this afterwards, and bigger factories a little bit more outside. And the typical pattern of these towns, and this is La Chaux-de-Fonds, is exactly these stripes that have been planned after a fire in the early 19th century in a very open plan. So it was a plan that has no end. They're already in times of planning, so it was laterally open to be continued, and it was already thought as being the place where watches could be produced in the very best way. So watchmaking industry has been and is still today an industry that has a big division of labor, and particularly in the 19th century. So there were many people working for that, some at home and then later in kind of workshops, and later still in factories. But still today there are people sitting in their home ateliers producing very small parts, and in the morning someone is bringing the box, and in the evening someone is getting the box and taking it back to the factory. So this causes already in the early times a big traffic and a big people running around, so you need large roads. And then you have a lot of snow there in winter time, so you need large road also, because you have to put the snow somewhere to get the streets free for the traffic, for the watchmaking. And then, of course, you need light. So these rows have to be quite distant from each other to get the sunlight in. And you need windows, large windows, to get the light in. And from a more social and I can click a little bit further there, from a more social point of view, you need also at least acceptable living conditions for the people, because they're working at home, so they have to sit somewhere where it is at least a little bit heated, so that they can work well. And you need also, it's not something that everyone can do, so you need an expertise and a knowledge that has to be cared for, and so it's quite also from a point of hygiene and social standard and social housing quite good examples. So these are typical examples also for the architectural language and architectural patterns that were then developed. You had these kind of houses where you had here the living areas, and either in the attic like here or on the ground floor you have these kind of ateliers creating with these large windows in the houses, and you see that everywhere over there. The next step was then that particular workshop buildings were built close to the housings, and that people could live, and just close to it they were working. And even afterwards were the big factories that then had a more were producing quicker and better and in a more large scale. But yet, of course, you have also the villa of the owner of the factory, and sometimes it's just close to it, sometimes it's not. But all this was possible to insert in the same kind of urban pattern with these rectangular fields that had still developed. And even it's a little bit out of the topic actually of our symposium, because it's not really a 20th century site, but it's a living town, and going over the 20th to the 21st century site, where then the housing types were different, typologies were different, and industries were different, and still today factories are built, but more outside and people living inside. So it's an open and adapting plan. And here, if you want to read it in the original, you have also the criterion 4 as it has been proposed at the time of inscription. The landscape, of course, is of particular importance, because you remember I wanted not just present the site to you, but to talk about the wind energy projects around there. And in that case, of course, we must be particularly interested in what the relation is from the landscape to the site. And the position of these places contributed a lot to this development and to this form of these sites, because the remote situation, it's not on a very kind of strong traffic line through Switzerland. It's really up there in the hills, where you don't go there if you don't want to go to these places. It's quite a rough climate. They have strong winters, so a lot of snow. There are no good soils for agriculture activities. So what are you doing there, and what are you doing during the whole winter times? You need an activity, and so you start working at home doing orchards. I mean, it is a little bit shortened down, but somehow to tell you that the natural environment contributed and is part of the relation of this property, how it developed. And the buffer zone that you remember, the blue zone around, is going around these sites and is going to the crest of the surrounding first hill chains, or how, so that from the property towards outside, you see to the horizon line, and from outside you will see the property. And it consists, as you can see here, of some urban areas that are not part of the property but yet part of the city, and then some more pastoral area and forest. And the buffer zone is quite a critical point, and we have talked today a lot already on buffer zone and the wider setting somehow, you know, going beyond the buffer zone. And this is something that seems evident and clear for heritage people and heritage practitioners as us, that an impact can come from anywhere depending on the nature of the property and depending on the intervention that can be somewhere else. But for not heritage people, it's already the first step to understand and then to recognize also that yes, you have a buffer zone with a legal scheme on it, but then you come and say, no, this is outside, but still it can have an impact, and still we want to have a say in what happens outside. And this is a difficult one, because the notion of wider setting sounds like something arbitrary that you as a heritage expert then defines where it is in a case-by-case study. And we are often asked, yeah, well, where is the limit? 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 15 kilometers? And the answer is also always a little bit helpless. It depends. And this is something that many people don't want to hear, because they want to say, am I in and am I out? And of course, it's a difference, and that's my bridge to the wind energy, when you have this horizontal line, and so everything that you can see somehow is in the buffer zone. But honestly, at that time, we were not thinking of 240 meters high infrastructures built in a series just a few kilometers beyond that. Then it's, I mean, from inside, it's as if they were in the buffer zone. And it depends a lot of these thinking, and that's the first difficulty, to have people understand that the buffer zone is kind of tool, but it's not the absolute limit, and you do not go beyond. So while we are focusing, when we are talking about La Chaux-de-Fonds local, on heritage and landscape, others are focusing on their own mandate, which is not heritage protection, but renewable wind or renewable energy production. And just to open a little parenthesis, this is the energy electricity, I must say, electricity source of Switzerland in 2021. So you can see that there is a lot of hydroelectric power, and there is also a third of nuclear power, and a very, very few wind energy. And furthermore, Switzerland decided some years ago to quit nuclear energy. So our nuclear power stations that we have, they will run out and they will not be replaced or renewed. So in other words, we have to replace a third of the whole electricity production by renewable energy production. And now you can imagine also, particularly during the last month and last years, this debate became very urgent and also political, because of course we are depending on import at that point of day, and everyone is scared of blackout and lack of energy during this winter, next winter. And then in this context, the planning and building of renewable energy production becomes a very urgent and a priority theme for everyone. So the projects, therefore, have also their own history, or their own way of planning and genesis somehow. And one of the first is what we call here, it's a kind of a mapping of the average wind speed that you might know in analog and similar ways from everywhere. So this is not measurement, this is kind of calculation. And the blue areas are the ones that are considered with the highest potential for wind energy, because they have in an average of 6 meters a second wind speed. And for someone from the Netherlands, for example, this is probably, you wouldn't even start building wind energy there. But in Switzerland, that is considered more. You won't get only in very rare position. And from there, of course, these energy projects are then reduced to possible areas and possible zoning by exclusion of all the areas that are not possible for one or the other reason. There are constraints of protection, so nature, fauna, birds, landscape protection, heritage, also World Heritage. So the buffer zone is an exclusion zone, of course, but inside the buffer zone. And there are also other, of course, constraints that make that wind energy areas are not possible, like noise protection, of course, air traffic, radar problems, military issues, border to France, etc., and so on. So there is a long planning phase and exclusion phase on this energy side to determine where it could be done and where the small parts of territory are that would allow wind production. And what remains from these big blue high potential areas is the blue ones that you can see here. So these are the only areas that had been considered possible and feasible, and also, I mean, where it makes sense to build that. And this had been further then reduced down to actually 3 real perimeters for these areas, and you see them here together with the buffer zone and the property, and also the distances from the buffers and the properties. And of course, there have then, with regard to the World Heritage Site, conducted many studies of visibility, not only visualizations, but also these kind of things. I mean, you can't really see it on the green, but the darker it gets, the more wind turbines you can see from that, from this place where you are. So within the property, there is no visibility except a very few in this very sort of peripheral area. And outside from the buffer zone, there are more wind turbines visible, or would be more wind turbines possible. And then, of course, the height of the turbines make all the difference. And there was a problem because these perimeters had been fixed at a time, maybe 10 years ago or 12 years ago, when the average height of such a wind turbine was 100, 120 or even 90 meters. And with this kind of high, there wouldn't have been a big issue because, I mean, you could hardly see them from the side and towards the side. Whereas today, the height is 230, 240 meters, which is double. And it makes a big difference. And this has to be dealt with according to the Swiss planning system when it comes to the true project. So first, you are defining an area in a cantonal development plan, which is not talking about really heights, and then afterwards, when it comes to a real project, you have to consider if these heights are feasible or not. And there had been these studies done also, again, visibility wise. And that's why the heritage impact assessment starts also. It was conducted from 2020 on. So the perimeters were there, and it was now to discuss and to consider if these projects were feasible, or how they were impacting, or if they were impacting, and if yes, how on the OUV of the property. And the report at the end looked like this. So it was finished in February 2022. So as I said, it's very recent, and it was important for us that this report that we sent to the UNESCO and to ICOMOS for evaluation was not the heritage impact assessment done by the Heritage Authority, but a report from the State Party of Switzerland. So we had to involve all the other stakeholders, like namely the authorities, the energy offices, and the regional cantonal offices, and the city governments, to agree on what we are saying about impact and about project. And of course the aim was to find somehow a solution that everyone could agree on to do that properly. And then of course you come to this practical question. I mean, who is paying, who is doing it, and who is signing it at the end, and all these details that sometimes take quite a lot of time. In that case, it was our lead to lead the whole assessment, and it was then at the end signed by our permanent delegate to UNESCO in the name of Switzerland. And in this heritage impact assessment, And this is kind of reflecting what also in the guidance and in then the Eugene's presentation and also from Nicola came up. First of all, you have to describe the properties and explain why and what is the value in these properties, and then define from there the attributes. And afterwards, you have the projects that create the potential impact, so the wind farms and all the studies, and then it comes to the actual assessment where you test the projects against the attributes, and you decide, or you have to decide, if there is an impact for each of them individually, and then also the cumulated impact, because you have 3 of these projects that are on the horizon line. And then we were discussing also mitigating measures. And which sounds here very clear and easy, was a process that needed a lot of discussion, because the attributes were challenged, you know, by people. If you say landscape is important, and then so why? Because one could imagine that these towns, and when you read the statement of OUE, they are like watches, you know, they're very much kind of mechanically inside orientated. It's an urban site, and it's an urban property, and the value resides in the urban pattern, in the architecture, and not in the landscape. And it is true that in that case, the surrounding landscape, it's not one of the core and main values of the site, but it contributes to it. And so, it was quite a need of explaining and of convincing is maybe the bad word, but of explaining and telling why landscape is important here, also with evidence and proof coming from, I mean, the nomination file, the evaluation text of the nomination by ICOMOS, the statement of OUE, and other texts where you really can filter the landscape relation. And I think this is an important thing, because us heritage people, often we are criticized to be arbitrary and a little bit, it's an impact because I'm saying it and I'm the expert here. But this is not enough, or it's no longer enough. So you have to need, you can't bring facts somehow. You can't say it's 1.7 impacts like others could in other areas. But you really need to be transparent and to try to deduct from factual and existing basis what and why you are telling this. So the attribute here, that was the concluding one, because the impact is for evident reason only visual, is that there is a preserved natural environment surrounding the 2 towns. And now you come, well, I guess you can't see it on these images. So this is a picture from the state of project in 2018. You have here these 3 sites, and you would see a little bit here, less, but here, I mean, you can, there are 10 wind turbines here around, and you can't hardly see, this one is just a little bit popping up here. But the problem was this central... No, it is better in the printed area. And but the problem here was that these turbines were built or planned, like there are 10 of them, and in a range on the crest of the hill. So the best you can do for wind and energy reasons, but not the best because it is kind of industrializing a large part of this pastoral forest area and not concentrated to a certain spot. And so there was an adapted project in 2020 where they took off 1 or 2 of these wind turbines. No, they took off 1 and the other one shifted it behind. So it was better because it reduced the range on the horizon. But we considered still that this was a strong impact and so not acceptable. And so the project was reduced a 3rd time in 2021. Again, taking off 1 of the turbines, so there are now 7, and lifting kind of this density by having these double turbines and shifting even closer the range that you can see on this horizon. and from inside the property, well, now this is a little bit useless, but you would see a little bit here wind turbines showing out, but this is one of these areas in the very edge of the property. And so this was somehow, and we were talking a lot about the process of the HIA, was an outcome of the project that together with all these stakeholders, at the end we could agree to reduce this critical project, to find a way where we could judge this acceptable. And at the end, the heritage impact assessment, well, the core table of the assessment then looked like this, that you have neutral impacts on the big majority of all the attributes, but moderate impacts, visual impacts regarding this wind farm in the middle. And as a mitigation measure, we could also negotiate that there is an electric power line in the buffer zone, and it had always been there, that this will be put underground on a large stretch and would then improve the immediate surroundings of the property to kind of balance a little bit the moderate impact from above. This had all been sent to ICOMOS for evaluation, and we got an answer a couple of weeks ago, so otherwise I would not have presented this case today here. And the result was that ICOMOS supported all in all the assessment, but came also to the conclusion that it is a maximum solution, that these projects altogether saturate the limits for acceptable change, so that no additional wind farms could then be added afterwards or later on, and not also kind of maybe in a certain time when talking about repowering and all these things, and then that the reference always must be the unspoiled landscape, and not that you take as a reference the state at that time of a new project. And what I found an interesting request also was to monitor not only the project, but also to test the project's visualization against a real photographic campaign once the things are built, to check if these visualizations actually well, correspond to what you get then in real life. So now this project will be subject to a building permit in this reduced form. For us as a federal authority, the case is somehow closed, but of course there could always be an appeal by someone else, and then it will go further on and will be built. The lessons learned of this whole impact assessment is certainly, and we have already talked a lot today about this, that we need a lot more of capacity building, and we have to share more our knowledge and our experience of the whole World Heritage System with the other actors and players around, particularly with the ones responsible for in that case, energy planning and planning in general, because they do know little about World Heritage, about all these mechanisms, why and how, and the hope is a little bit that if they knew more and were more involved, that then the role of us as heritage practitioner and kind of representative of this whole system in the national system would also be more accepted in a transsectorial way, and then work would be a lot more effective if you can discuss in an unideologic manner how the best solution can be. What also has to be better anchored somehow is what I said before, that the assessment is qualitative. Our assessment always be qualitative and will not become quantitative And this is the fact that people have to accept, and they also have to accept the role of the expertise and the knowledge. And heritage conservation and the question of impact is also an expertise that you must have and learn, and not something that just everyone can have an opinion about it. And this is something that we think should be a little bit enter in the different procedures by the capacity building. Second point, that's the heritage impact assessment, to really consider it as a process. As in other cases we have heard today, heritage impact assessment in this World Heritage methodology with the attributes and the whole thing is not integrated in the legal system in Switzerland. We do, as everyone else, have environmental impact assessments that cover also heritage issues, but they are organized in a different way and are legally on a different level. And if you consider it as a process, then it can also be an advantage, because you can start, you are a little bit more independent to do that longer and more intense way, and to change projects in between. However, the limits to this is that we do not have a whole department available for heritage impact assessments for World Heritage sites, and this is resources are not available to do such thing in parallel for many different sites. And this is also something, when hearing to my to earlier speakers, that sometimes you always have to consider in a practical world, you have limits of being able and of capacity to do such procedures that last for 2 or 3 years with I don't know how many discussions and meetings and difficult political situations. Then one critique that we are hearing often and even more often now is that the procedures are too long. And this somehow is right. I mean, in Switzerland, if you want to plan a wind park, it takes you 10 to 20 years. And this is not the fault of World Heritage or of heritage in general, but I understand that people that now want to have this energy transition, they say, well, 20 years, I mean, you can't do that. And there, I think we should also be part and maybe a little bit creative to invent new procedures and new ways of working together. And the experience here showed the solution came at the moment when we were talking to the promoters of the wind park, because they were the ones that were able to say like this, yes, we cut one, we put it here, instead of with planning institutions that are not in the position to take these decisions. So I think that the Americans, they invent these charrette procedures where you have 1 week of meetings and then 2 weeks of adaptation, 1 week of meeting, 2 weeks of adaptation, and again 1 week, and after 3 months it's done. It could be a way of going through such a process once, instead of stretching it over, I don't know, several years. Then the stakeholder dialogue is sure is something that is crucial, but also here, I mean, we have to be aware that people from the energy side, they don't have the mandate. Their first mandate is not to protect the World Heritage site. Their first mandate is to realize a framework that builds renewable energy facilities as much possible, as quickly as possible. And to bring that together, we need a dialogue, but it's not that everyone all of a sudden will be convinced from your side, but it is kind of a negotiation and a way of finding common solutions. And last but not least, we do also have to accept a moderate impact to the site somehow. Because, I mean, we could also say as soon as there is a visibility of a wind energy turbine, it is an impact and you can do it. But then you don't build wind energy anywhere, because, I mean, you can't hide a 240 meters high serial installation somehow. And so I think it is also up to us to say till where an impact can be accepted or not, but there will be impact and we have to be ready to accept that. And then the most important one for maybe is that here we're talking about World Heritage site, and this is an enormous leverage, but because everyone, and particular political levels, are aware of the international exposure that you have in case of problems, because it is a World Heritage Site, and this helps a lot to define and design these procedures and to convince everyone that you have to do it in that way. But we have many other sites where you do not have this World Heritage thing in your hand, and there the discussion is a lot much different. And now I would like to open a little parenthesis to conclude, because and I think we do all agree, we are facing huge challenges and huge problems right now towards our built environment in general and heritage in particular. There is the whole climate change issue that is now in everyone's head, finally arrived and is also considered as truly dramatic. But there's also a big loss of biodiversity, for example, that is not yet in the forefront of the discussions, even if it's linked, of course, to the climate change problems. And there are all in one multiple crises, and I think we do not have enough resilience to them. We need to reach the net zero goals, and the decarbonization of the whole energy production must be reached fast and needs a big transformation in the whole existing building stock, not only heritage, or also in building stock that is of historical interest but not yet protected. And this is a result, what you can see here, when you are reducing regulations to foster energy transition. And what you get is an enormous and tremendous lack of quality and an unnecessary loss of quality, because this could have done a lot better producing as much solar energy as you probably would get here. Even the annex is not a big deal. But it goes in this direction, that the energy is the priority, and the regulations who would request more have to be reduced to do that quickly. And we know all that it happens like this, and the narrative is that the heritage conservation hinders the energy transition, it hinders the decarbonization, and slows down the transition towards net zero. And there are many campaigns, initiatives and projects now that try to stop that, try to change this narrative that heritage is the obstacle, as Spela said, and are advocating for a different perception. And studies also exist, and many studies exist nowadays, that all this heritage obstacle thing is actually not true, and it is pretty much the opposite. It's the reusing and heritage and the contribution for heritage, and we know all that. And what you can see here is an example for a Swiss initiative to strengthen this high quality Baukultur as a driver and a vector for net zero, and insisting on the fact that you will not be able to heal the energy and climate crisis by creating a cultural crisis. There's also the new European Bauhaus that somehow wants the same and tries to add positive cultural thinking towards the whole Kriel thing. And there's also the climate heritage network that is growing and does many important things, and it's a big support, but always a little bit among the heritage people. And of course there was the ICOMOS UNESCO meeting on climate change that is also going towards this. But somehow all these initiatives, if you're honest, they are lacking of impact somehow. We are not able to change our bad image, and we are, strangely enough, we should surf now on the wave of reuse, repair, circular economy, because the heritage sector is the one that knows best how to deal with the existing, how to deal with sufficient strategies, with the reutilization of structures and so forth. But we are, to stay in this metaphoric language, we are flushed away by the wave and are not surfing on it. And that's my last slide, and that's why I want to be a little bit provocative. But couldn't it be that our problem is actually that we think, and we still follow the thinking by others, that green economy could be possible with growth and growing economy, that we can continue like this, just transforming our economy in something greener. But actually there is no evidence today that you can decouple growth, economic growth, if it's green or not, from the additional use of natural resources. So it's not true that you can have economic growth by using less natural resources. And knowing that, it would maybe be better to prepare for degrowth and to kind of occupy this field and this debate from the heritage side, instead of always pretending that growth is the only way and that degrowth is not possible, before it comes on its own, and it will be probably violent, and it will not be a win-win situation, but there will be friction, and they are quite scary. Well, that's a bad note to finish my speech, but thanks very much anyway.
Thank you very much. Now I'm in a really tough position. We were a bit longer, but it was intentional because I think that this is the time to have the ideas also. As much as I was tempted maybe to ask Nicholas to do the wrap up because he was really taking notes the whole day through. I'm joking, but then Oliver really stole the last conclusion. No, it's not true. I'm very pleased because I think that we managed to show that we have to think big, that things are interconnected, but we have to be precise and using the tools, the methodologies, and to come to the right argument, so to speak. That we can't limit ourselves only to strict boundaries, as it was very illustrative with Adele and Oliver. So talking of the wider setting and talking about the impacts that are seen from the holistic point of view and that go well beyond of what is considered to be a World Heritage property. So we also went a little bit beyond with this symposium, although the title was a bit more definite, but we intentionally wanted to open up several questions to talk about also the built environment that is exemplified by the collective, let's say, the collective atmosphere, the collective character of buildings that might not be heritage, legally protected monuments and so on. So this is what the built environment is all about. So we wanted to talk about that. We wanted to talk about 20th century architecture that, of course, goes beyond to the 21st century. And it's a societal category anyhow. So this was intentional, and we know that we couldn't cover everything today. So maybe instead of going back to the serial nominations or serial inscriptions, we might talk about a series of symposium, which would be nice to develop the topic further and maybe to get another examples, maybe to have some feedback. So I'm very grateful to all the speakers. And now I'm turning back to the audience, and I would invite you to share maybe your comments. If you have any questions, don't be afraid. I'm just sharing the information that we will try to do a little PDF with the very nice bios, with the very nice abstracts of the presentations. I think it would be wise to put also some links to the documents so that they are very available, so it's user friendly. maybe we will also think about the second phase, but we will also ask our speakers to kindly allow the recording to be available for further viewing, so we can also share with the colleagues who are not here, and maybe to have to get new ideas and new proposals. So maybe we have a sequel somewhere else, not in Ljubljana. So again, if there are any questions or comments. It's 1 million of questions. It's 1 million, but we're taking one. Prideš sam reč, Mija?
Dela. Špela mi boš pomagala. No? V bistvu imam vprašanje za gospoda Martina. Razlagajo o tem, da se pač zgradijo vetrne elektrarne gor, da se pokabli elektriko. A so oni delali tudi kakšne predhodne arheološke raziskave? So upoštevali tudi to mogoče?
Okay, Oliver, a difficult question. No, it's, oh yes, and I wanted also to say, because I'm also the focal point for intangible heritage, this is a very important segment of the both town, because the clock making is also on the representative list of, you know. No, but the colleague Mia was asking, before doing the whole planning thing, did you also make some archaeological survey findings? Was it through? Yes.
Any archaeological survey? You said there's no impact or little. What about archaeology?
Yeah,
there's
no.
Great impact.
There will be no impact on the OUV of the property.
Oliver,
sorry.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yes, it's like two different things. So one is the impact on the OUV of the property that we did with that, and then there will be any other impact also. I mean, towards the other side, you know, landscape, but also of course archaeology. There is no archaeology expected in this area from what we know. But when they will start their work, they will have to do the proper how do you call this, the preventive things.
This process you don't.
No, this process is not ours, because it is a cantonal competence to do the kind of, if you want, the normal procedures. Because there is also, I mean, there are different other impacts on, for example, on the fawn, the birds, and there are these things that these windmills now, what they do is that when these birds are flying, they stop. And they have radar things so that they stop the things for the bats and things like that. And this is not our thing. This is the cantonal authorization process, normal, and archaeology is part of that. Yeah.
Sorry, one quick question. On the topic, how do you stop the windmill?
You mean technically?
Yes.
Well, I don't know. I guess you just can stop them.
Yes,
Yeah.
No,
I mean,
but it's a lay question, but actually when it's in motion, it's probably not that easy to stop.
yeah, I guess it takes some. I mean, it doesn't stop like this. I can't answer it because technically I'm not competent for that. But you can often. I mean, you also see windmills. They are not in motion. Also, but the wind is blowing, so you turn them on and you turn them off. Also, when the wind is blowing too strong, you have to turn them off. So and that's how they want to deal with these flying animals that are there but not always, and so they that's what they tell is the effective way of preventing cut-offs of such things. Yeah. But how? I mean, who is and how long it takes? I mean, you know, to stop down. I don't know. Sorry.
Matea? Yeah.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for your very interesting presentations. I am practitioner, so I have a question for everyone. We are here in Ljubljana. It is one site, 6 components, 1 OUV, and in last year, similar like in Ivrea, I think we could make at least 3 HIAs. So in 10 years we will have 30 or I don't know how many HIAs to do. It's a little joke, but I'm just thinking or asking if you have any ideas how to make this procedure, at least in some steps, which has to be done, more practical or common for all the HIAs which will prolong, which will have to happen. Maybe some digital tools open to everyone, how to understand the values, how to find the attributes. I don't know. Maybe make something together in similar cases as we have. Ivrea, I suppose, is the same because it's an urban space with it, and you will have many projects in it in the future.
Yes, sorry. Yes, probably we are going to have some other project, but the process of nomination is also a process of modifying the law. So we during the process of nomination, we appointed 34 regulations, specific regulation on this heritage, modern heritage, and it's very difficult because for modern heritage we have a law that says that we can put a strong regulation only for buildings that are 60 years old or more. But also in our national regulation we can use the creativity law, so it's a particular one regulation. So for most of them we use the first one that is very strong. For the second one we use another kind of regulation. So, and this of course helped us to define that this was a heritage. It's part because the industrial complex of Ivrea wasn't perceived as a heritage. The value changed because it was a company, and a very famous one. And when the company finished its work, because of course not finished, but most of it finished, and the economic crisis came to Ivrea. So in this process started the nomination work, because we try to give back the future, as I told you. So to define the possibility to start again as a cultural, socio-cultural heritage. Not it's a socio-cultural project. It's not only a cultural project. So and so the idea, and of course it is working. It's very slowly, but you saw concrete results of this project, because when we started, every building that I show you with some project were empty. So, and without the future, the owners were banks funds. So with the objective to valorize this building means to cut and to sand and to construct commercial to have commercial destinations. So this is really a challenge, but it's very it is participated also, and most from the community of Ivrea, because the heritage, the Olivetti heritage, is really much shared and very. It is also in the next generation. It is perceived. It means that now we have governing bodies a little bit participated by, of course, the major institution. But, for example, during the nomination process, we open a questionnaire to see what do you know about Ivrea, and its history. What do you know about World Heritage? So both of them, and we did it also after 2 years, so to see if the nomination process had an effect. And the idea of this project is to extend and to the participation of people. And in Ivrea we have a lot of communities, for example, of inhabitants of houses, because houses are part of has been part of the project of Olivetti, that is part of this governing bodies. So, and the idea is to more and more give sort of the mechanism of regeneration is functioning. It's slowly, but it's functioning. And now we have 2 big projects, but we are in the very starting point. Project it means not project, but ideas that are evolving, that are very interesting for the future of Ivrea. So we are monitoring, of course, all of this, and also our offices. And so, of course, it's difficult to maintain this value, or in particular for modern heritage, because we are inhabited to consider monuments, historic centers, archaeological areas as heritage, and modern heritage is something a little bit different. But it's a challenge, and in particular for Ivrea, it's one of the few possibilities to find a destination, future destination, also for people living there, and that's all, more or less.
I think we've heard from Olivier as well that the impact assessment process can be quite demanding and take a lot of time. But in doing an impact assessment, we're also learning. And I think that one of the ways in which we can shorten the impact assessment process is by learning from those impact assessment processes. So when it comes to the definition of attributes, I would say go and look, if I were as a site manager, I would harvest from all previous impact assessments the attributes and create a database of attributes. That would be something that would lighten the load of the impact assessment process. When you do your screening and your scoping, especially, I would also create a database of the stakeholders and rights holders, and ensure that there are networks in place with those stakeholders and rights holders. And by doing those things, I think you're already shortening the impact assessment process quite dramatically. And I also think that, and this is something we've all said a lot, start early with the impact assessment process, because then you can together reach the goal much quicker than if you start late. I think those are the 3 things I'd like to add.
I just wanted to add about the part about scoping out. So obviously you're dealing with an urban environment where it's most probably, and I hopefully have a planning regulation and have planning laws already operating. And in this particular instance, there are types of developments that you can already predict will most probably happen in specific situations surrounding the property itself. And there are mechanisms that you can employ by not using the heritage legislation, but actually using urban development or planning legislations to make sure that specific types of development either must satisfy specific standards or specific types, or can never be considered in respect of the World Heritage values. So there are different mechanisms that you can employ, but this can only be done once the heritage institutions actually sits down with the planning agencies, authorities, and can actually agree on different types of developments that they would positively consider or actually rule out already from the beginning, and thereby cut out unnecessary HIA processes for, many different projects that might not even survive through the HIA process. So that's another sort of shortening tool, I think, that can be considered. And most possibly more feasible in this kind of environment because it's a city environment and you're actually only dealing with one municipal government, which could work out very much in your favor as well. Yes, absolutely. No, I was actually going to. The scoping out concept was coming out from the strategic environmental assessment processes, where at the regional level or at the landscape level or at the planning or policy level, you're already deciding, okay, we're having let's say a tourism development plan going on for the entire city area of Ljubljana. And then when you're talking about that tourism plan, you already have the possibility of saying what kind of tourism that you want for Ljubljana and what kind of tourism development is actually going to accompany that tourism plan. And this, if you are actually there at the planning of the tourism plan, means that you don't actually have to deal with individual hotels springing up in different alleys. You don't have to deal with all these visitor centers or tourism facilities popping up all over the city without having access to the actual plan itself, because most probably when the tourism plan is being developed, they'll be zoning out areas or already identifying those kind of facilities needed for the entire city area. And that's where, if you're conducting a strategic environmental assessment already at the stage of that tourism plan being established, the heritage agenda can already be reflected there and thereby diminish the number of impact assessments that you need to conduct for individual projects that will spring up because of the result of that plan. So it's much better to be there at the policy level, at the planning level, at the program level of conducting strategic environmental assessments. The only downside of that is that because it's at the planning level, the strategic environmental assessment actually needs to be done by the public authorities. This is something that cannot be borne by the cost of the developer, but it actually has to be a proactive investment by the government itself, looking forward to reduce operational costs for the longer term future. And also it indicates that the government also needs to be very committed in sticking to the original plan of that whatever tourism plan or whatever development plan that was actually agreed upon and had a strategic environmental assessment being conducted, that would actually implicate all the different individual developments. Because although strategic environmental assessments are being now much more widely adopted, because of the time difference that is made between the strategy being developed and then the actual projects being implemented, there can be some differences and changes made. So there are some considerations, obviously, that needs to go on. But at the end of the day, it would very much, I think, dramatically reduce the amount of work that we need to put in for individual EIAs or HIAs. Thank you.
Hello to everybody. My name is Barbara Mlakar from Directorate for Cultural Heritage from Ministry of Culture. I just like to say that I'm working with my colleagues for 25 years in the field of spatial planning and impact assessment on cultural heritage. We are proud that we have guidelines for impact assessment on cultural heritage. They have been done for maybe more for strategic level, but even though they are usable for any other impact assessment. So if you would like to see these guidelines, especially our Slovenian colleagues, they are online and even in like a booklet. But I have some questions maybe for our guests more. I know the topic of today's symposium is World Heritage, but impact assessment are made also for ordinary cultural heritage, and I feel that all the principles can be used also for this, and I hope we all are we all think that. but how to guarantee that this impact assessment will really be done in a proper way, because in Slovenia we have sometimes problems that not proper experts are invited in these working teams. They are biologists, they are if they are architects or landscape architects, we are excited because they are the best, but they are not usually. They don't ask any conservator to be part of this team. So how do you in other countries deal with this question, and how do you deal with the question of independency? Because these project proponents usually pay also for impact assessments, and sometimes that cause different results. Thank you.
I think the aspect of transparency and participatory approaches is going to be the boring yet official answer. One of the things that we really started to emphasize in establishing the new guidance was the aspect on the interdisciplinary team and knowing what kind of expertise that we need to pull in. And here it was very difficult to be very specific, because obviously we were working on a set of guidance that had to be applicable to all different types of sites, spanning from, you know, natural, the desert, the Namib Desert, to the Frank Lloyd Wright's 20th century architecture in the US. You know, it's a very wide range of different types of heritage that we couldn't actually be specific. But at the same time, whatever the case is, we emphasize that it needs to include specialists that know about the values and attributes of the heritage that is being involved, whether it be World Heritage or not, and then specialists who know about the project itself to be involved. And those are the two sort of main points that we always try to emphasize in saying that you need these type of people. Whatever the heritage is, it needs that heritage expertise kicking into the impact assessment. Another point about the sometimes always coming out with the international perspective of World Heritage, whether we need international experts being involved. And at times we think that it can be useful, but also it cannot be just up to the international experts to dictate what is going on, because at the end of the day, we're not the people living here. The international experts are more like butterflies, let's say. They come, they can make different observations and actually provide very fresh perspectives, but the decision making is up to the state party, and it actually has to be borne by the people who are living with the heritage, and they absolutely need to be a part of that interdisciplinary team. About the independence of the impact assessment, which is one of those questions that we always get, it's not easy. And as we can see from the case of Liverpool, almost inevitable that money is going to dictate a lot of the outcomes. This is another area where we can take on the experience of the EIA world a little bit more actively, because they have been encountering the similar kind of problems for a very long time. There are different ways of going about it, but many countries are now adopting the practice where the developer has to pay for it, but they're not actually in charge of commissioning out the impact assessment. So the commissioning is actually done by a third or neutral party. It could be an institution that the state party has established, or it could be actually the heritage institution actually commissioning it out. So there can be different ways of making sure that the commissioning part and the paying part is separated out, and that the drafting of the terms of reference is not necessarily conducted by the developer itself, but that the TOR of the impact assessment is kept separate from the money. So obviously these need to be adapted to whatever legislation that you have operating within your countries to make sure that it can actually be applicable, but many different sort of leeways to go about to make sure that these can be respected as much as possible, the independence. But I think Nicholas has something more to add.
I'm first going to refer back to the South African experience because this is the theme of the day, which height should the microphone be? In the South African experience, the impact assessment process is also divided into not three, but two moments. The first is the scoping report. And after the scoping report, the authority actually indicates what kind of expertise should be brought on board. So I think that's one way of ensuring that there is the right kind of expertise. In South Africa, the proponent pays and commissions the impact assessment, but there the authority, again, is the reviewing party. So there again, the power is, it's actually government is in power, we always say, and there I think it's up to the reviewing process to actually ensure that there is a fair assessment on the table. And it should be up to the reviewing party, in other words, government or the authority, to say, listen, this assessment's not worth the paper it's written on, do it again. There should be that ability. So that's on a national level now.
I'd just like to add, in the Netherlands, there's a set of quality insurance that has been put into place for environmental impact assessment, and it's done by the Netherlands Commission for Environmental Assessment. But if you look at the project, they also focus a lot on projects that are in heritage areas as well. And they have a lot of heritage experts specifically employed to look at the quality of the impact assessments, just to see if if it's not steered towards perhaps one expertise and heritage is forgotten, or if certain aspects are just not included or not well enough assessed. And this is a lot of these impact assessments that are being conducted, it's mandatory for them to go through this sort of quality check before decisions can be made on the project approval. So I would like to say that in the whole planning process, in the legislation that you have within environmental impact assessment, you can sort of ensure a level at least of quality insurance through that way as well. So I just wanted to add that that's the experience in the Netherlands.
I take the occasion to introduce some question mark, because it's not so simple. It's the truth. I mean that, of course, we have a legislation and a process defined by law. And for example, in Italy, we have a peripheral office of the Ministry of Culture that give the authorization of, about project. We have experts, archaeologists, architects, and ethnoanthropologists who look at the projects and define if the project can affect the preservation, the conservation of the heritage. That is the principle of the law. So nobody about the heritage impact assessment is written in our law, and of course we have to apply the law. But so first of all, we have to decide what is heritage and what is not, because of course if we are addressing to the World Heritage property, of course the preliminary evaluation is about the recognition of that it is a heritage, so legal measure of provision and so on. But so the first discriminatory part is establish what is heritage and what is not considered heritage. The second part is when. The famous when. Why? Because of course we can intervene. The peripheral offices, the authorization can intervene only in the detailed project. So the last part, when the project is well defined, so not at the preliminary level of the project. While the heritage impact assessment need to be done during the preliminary phase. And it means that we are doing something that's not exactly in line with the law, because of course after we have to authorize or not the project. So quite a critical part of this evaluation, because again, the Ministry of Culture that is competent for the authorization, we are in, we are out, where we are. So and also our colleagues from the peripheral offices that have to sign the authorization or not sign the authorization, where they are. So it's a little bit difficult to manage this process. It's true, but of course, what I would like to say is that in any case, in Italy we have a law that in which we are competent. The Ministry of Culture is competent in order to evaluate if a project is in line with the principle of conservation of the heritage. So, and where is the heritage impact assessment process in this law? There isn't. So we have to construct, to invent, to create a process where to insert this heritage impact assessment. And of course we do it only in the case we need it, because of course otherwise, and this is the other part of my intervention, is I don't believe that using it always it's good, because it's I mean that of course in case in which there are a big risk of, otherwise I think that we can use the normal process of evaluation of the intervention. Otherwise I see that when we enter too much with world heritage in the process, the result is that they accused us to be everywhere, and also to enter in the process of the law and to interfere. So so the idea is to consider the heritage impact assessment a very important process, and to use it when it is the case. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Yes, I agree with what Adele just said, because I mean also as I said, in Switzerland this heritage impact assessment, the extensive one in the methodology of the World Heritage, is now a practice for particular cases in the context of World Heritage, and that's why it's done by ourselves with all these stakeholders. Whereas there are normal procedures. I mean, in a town like La Chaux-de-Fonds, there are hundreds of building permits every year for any kind of building within internal, external, and these are followed by the normal authorities without such a big impact assessment that would be completely exaggerated. And then there are the other normal environmental impact assessments, where a part is covering heritage and archaeology, and those also according the legal dispositions are done in particular cases at particular moments, and in Switzerland they are done by private companies that are mandated by the ones that are promoting the project, which is somehow, I mean, you could say, well, they are commissioning their own expertise, but then, I mean, there is guidance for that and so on. But then, I mean, the whole thing comes to the authorities that have to approve these either planning or already projects. And when it is a procedure that comes to us, then we can review that. And if the impact assessment is not done properly, or is really, I mean, maybe lacking some major points, then you can challenge it. and then you have your own position and your own evaluation that overrules the impact assessment that is not properly done. So it's not that someone does an impact assessment and the result is automatically taken over in an approval procedure.
Okay, thank you. I think a lot of food for thought, I would say. So we will continue in the coming days and weeks, and I'm sure that we will all sit down. I mean, I'm talking for the Slovenian stakeholders. I've seen colleagues, you know, taking notes, and since we have some imminent questions, we will do a follow-up on at our level very, very quickly. We will stay in touch, if I may say that in the end. Thank you again for coming. Thanks everyone for joining us, for following up. So can we conclude that this was the first in the series of, so we look to the future, to another 50 years of the convention that is helping us anyhow. And we are following the principles, we are taking bits and pieces of other, like we said, the international actions and so on. So we're taking it to our own benefit and especially to the benefit of heritage. So I'm putting a full stop here, and have a nice afternoon, have a lovely evening, and see you next time. Thank you.